Welcome, good morning. It's day 2 of the festival. I know it's nice and early, so I really appreciate all of you who are joining us live here and those of you who are joining us online as well. So today we're going to talk a bit about how to write a winning pitch proposal for your grants or grant funding. This is also related a bit to the innovation challenge that we announced yesterday. Today we'll be having, I'll be talking a little bit about, because we promised many of you that it's going to be a workshop session, so we're going to go through some checklists and tips on how you can go about writing a proposal. And then we have Igor, my colleague, who will join us on stage, along with Sanvita and Duya from the Nest Center, who are previous grantees of the Innovation Challenge, who will also be here to answer any of the questions that you may have and also share what they've learned in applying for grants over the last many years that they've been working in the industry. So just to kick things off, let's start with writing a winning grant proposal for AI journalism products. So again, this is going to be a little more general, but we're going to try and take it from the perspective of journalism AI, since we have been funding certain projects since last year. So just the overview is going to be the basics, which most of you would be familiar with, but we just have to run through it in case some of you are not familiar with it. A checklist that is more from journalism AI's point of view, about applying for a grant-funded project, the innovation challenge itself, and then we'll move to the Q&A. So let's begin with the basics. Grant writing is an art and a science, as many of you already know. So it's very important to give it time. Give it time and not rush the process. Take your time in writing it and make sure that you read all the requirements carefully on the person or on the funder's website to ensure that you have everything that they ask for. Particularly, again, I feel like the animations are too much, but read the requirements carefully, and not all grants fund reporting. So for example, the Innovation Challenge does not fund the reporting projects. So it's more to do with building AI-based tools and products and not exactly a story or any other kind of a reporting project. So this is something that we've written in our FAQs. We've written it throughout our website, but many people seem to miss it, and we end up getting applications that are about reporting. So we hate to turn it down because they're great ideas, but just because that's not the nature of the grant. Also, attend an information session. Choosing to be here today is really great because it shows that you're interested in the grant, as well as getting to ask questions from grantees from previous programs, as well as us. And then finally, check the FAQs. So as I mentioned, these are all really basic things, but it's things that people really miss out on doing. So please check the FAQs. We have an exhaustive list on our website. And if that doesn't answer your question, feel free to write to us at innovation@journalismai.info. And now we go to a checklist that we have. So when you're writing a grant-funded proposal, especially for the Innovation Challenge that we launched yesterday, we would suggest that you begin in reverse. I know this is kind of counterintuitive, but the idea is that you read the judging criteria and the rubrics guidelines, which will be available online. So most funders talk about, especially if they're funding programs like the Innovation Challenge, they talk about how, what kind of project they're looking for and how they judge a particular project or proposal. So this is worth considering. So ask yourself, what is the funder prioritizing? In our case, it's feasibility and innovation, one of the primary criteria, but we also have a series of other criteria that we've listed online on our website. And next, also keep in mind how many selection rounds are going to be there. Again, for the Innovation Challenge, we're going to have 2 selection rounds, but the first one is going to be quite exhaustive, where the applications that come in go through an initial screening round, where we look at whether your organizations are actually news organizations, whether you've applied for a reporting grant, or whether you've applied for a grant that builds a tool. So in this particular first round, a lot of projects actually get filtered out because they don't meet these basic criteria, which is why I said read all the requirements carefully and make sure that you actually write to what the funder or what the grant maker wants from your proposal. The second round that we go through will be through an independent panel selection. So independent members whom we've selected from the industry will actually read the proposals and then filter them based on various criteria. So two of those is focus and feasibility. So keep your ideas focused on the problem you're trying to solve. The more ambitious an idea, the more pressure it is to build the product itself. So it's very important that I know that there's a lot that you can do, and many of you are capable of doing as well, but for the period of the grant that you're applying for, it makes sense to just focus in on a particular aspect that you would like to fine-tune or that you would like to really build out to completion. It may not be feasible sometimes, and it may even come up that you cannot get a minimum outcome if it's way too ambitious. And at Journalism AI, we've seen that more ideas that are too ambitious lose out on the feasibility aspect, not from us, because we don't do the final judging on the actual project itself, but from the judges who we select independently. And next is to, understand the scale. So again, this goes back to understanding the scale and replicability of your project. So can it be scaled to the level of industry where others can replicate and learn from your knowledge? And is it contributing to the body of work and knowledge in the industry that already exists? Where is it focused geographically? What exact AI technologies are you going to use? What specific audience are you looking to serve? What impact will it have on your internal processes? So these are the kinds of questions that we and the judging panel all look at and think about before we really decide that some of these projects are really good to be shortlisted. So if you can keep that in mind, that would be great. So as I mentioned, is your idea something that can scale to an organizational or industry level? Can others replicate or learn from it? And then one of the key things that we also look for is an evidence of innovation. So in our application, we ask you to, well, we don't say it in these exact words, but we say brag about your achievements in AI and journalism. So describe your previous projects, talk about the AI-related skills and experience you bring, anything that says that you've done this before or you've been experimenting with AI, even if it doesn't have to be a hugely successful, really big thing. It just needs to be something that shows that you have some kind of experience with AI technologies. Providing evidence of impact and how it's changed the way something works or made life easier for you, for your newsroom, or just for your colleagues. Any of these work well when you apply for the Innovation Challenge specifically, but also for every other type of grant. And again, coming back to the Innovation Challenge, two things that we ask for is to commit to two outcomes. One is the most ideal outcome that you would like to work towards, and that would be the maximum best that you can do in the given time frame. And the next one is the minimum viable outcome if many things fail. And the truth is, most of the time, your projects may fall in between these two variables. It may not be the best, it may not be the worst, but it may be somewhere in between. And the minimum outcome, if you write it this way, it also shows funders that you've thought through the worst case scenarios and are still committed to building a foundation for future growth. It also provides you a roadmap if things don't go according to plan, which is really important for somebody providing a grant to understand that you've thought through these things. Next, we have timelines and budgeting. Again, we've given guidelines for all of this on our website, but make sure that your project is doable within the given timeline. So in the case of the Innovation Challenge for small newsrooms and medium-sized newsrooms, it's going to be 9 months. And don't inflate your budget beyond minor reasonable contingencies. Because again, we've seen in the past that there have been some applications which had come in for that the judges had rejected just because the budget seemed very inflated in context of what they're trying to build. So it would make sense that you really think it through. And yeah, if it can be done in a lesser amount, say so. And if it needs more, just state that. So yeah, somewhere in between, I would say. And moving on to the Innovation Challenge, the eligibility. Again, it's for small and medium-sized news organizations in specific regions and countries this year. The eligibility and the exact list of countries are given on our website, so please do go and take a look at it. It's open to organizations with 10 to 200 staff members. And then journalism support organizations or freelancers are ineligible to apply only because it is, again, made to suit organizational needs, and we'd like to see how it's replicable across the industry through an organization. So what we provide this year is 4 grants of $100,000 USD and 8 grants of $50,000, and the themes are audience intelligence and revenue growth. So some examples of this is dynamic paywall strategies, churn prediction, personalized products or recommendations. Other examples are creating a subscription-based service for data insights that you may be gathering within your organization. So these are just 2 examples. Obviously, we are not the experts on audience intelligence and revenue growth. All of you are. So I'm sure you will come up with more creative ideas than just what I've shown here. And then the timeline for the Innovation Challenge is going to be like this. November, yesterday is when Matt Cook from Google announced the launch of the Innovation Challenge together with us at JournalismAI. We have the application deadline on December 3rd. So it's not too long, but I think it should be enough time if you have already started planning for it. We have the selection results announced sometime in January, and the program kicks off in February and ends in October. So I haven't touched upon all the aspects of the Innovation Challenge, and I think there may be many questions, or maybe you don't have that many questions, but either way, we have 2 grantees from our previous Innovation Challenge here, Sanuta and Duya, and Igor, who's my colleague, who will be moderating a small panel discussion with them, but also we're open to any questions from the live stream or any of you in the room over here. So thank you. Hi, Igor. Sanuta and Duya.
We can go.
Where do you want me to sit?
Whichever you're comfortable. I could sit here because the screen otherwise would cut off my head.
Okay. 3.
I think my mic is on. You can hear me? Yes, great. Thank you so much, Lakshmi, for this introduction. And thank you guys for being here. I think you are excellently positioned to be in this position on the stage because you've applied, you've gotten the grant, you've successfully implemented it, and you have a concrete output, which is amazing, and we'll be seeing and hearing more of that in our other panels here. But I would just like to begin with your approach to the proposal that you've prepared for JournalismAI. Could you talk a little bit about that? Whichever wants it. You can
Okay, sure. Deciding to apply to this project has been a hard decision for us because at the time we didn't have much experience with artificial intelligence, and actually I was like arguing in my head with myself before deciding to apply about the use of artificial intelligence in doing journalism, right? But we did have specific problems that we wanted to solve, and then we thought like maybe artificial intelligence and automation could provide us some of the solutions that we're looking for, and we did some research in terms of like how other newsrooms are solving similar issues, and also so in our case we developed 2 tools. One is sentiment analysis tool, and other is AI-assisted fact-checking tool. So the AI-assisted fact-checking tool was a very imminent need for us because we're also a fact-checking organization, and we're currently met as third-party fact-checking partner. And if some of you are too as well, you know the fact-checking tool provides us with a lot of support in terms of identifying and finding disinformation on social media. But with the probable future that might not be the reality going forward, we needed some sort of tool that would help us identify disinformation in a more targeted and effective way. So we were building this open source platform for freelance journalists, and the risk of having not high enough of a quality news on that platform was also very imminent. So we decided to use artificial intelligence to solve those 2 problems. And also we wanted to break through the silos of echo chambers on social media on our platform as well. And we wanted to give people like the agency to make decisions on what to trust and basically be flexible to understand other points of view on the certain topic from different perspectives, from how they're looking at a certain issue. So that's where the sentiment analysis tool comes in. So we had really imminent problems that we wanted to solve, and we tried to solve that with the use of artificial intelligence, and so far I think it's looking good. Yeah. So that's how we decided to apply for it. The application process itself was also very interesting. So I want to talk about the 2 tiers from last year. It was 50. Do you want me to?
No, please.
It was 50,000 and 250,000. And for an organization who was mostly grant funded, 250,000 tier was very tempting. I admit that. But we decided to apply for the 50,000 tier because that's how much our organization can burn through within 9 months, and it was a realistic amount of funding. And also, for us, the real work starts after we have been kind of accepted to get the funding, right? Not before or not while we're applying for it, but how well you plan during the application period makes your life through the implementation period that much easier. So we decided to apply for the 50,000 tier because firstly, I thought too much funding for one single project for a whole organization of 15 people could be harmful for the organization in the long run. If we get into that kind of spending, behavior, then we're not going to be able to sustain that kind of behavior going forward, which would risk the longevity of my organization as well. So I think this is very relevant to myself, but I think this is a very healthy way to look at funding when it's, especially grant funding, so that you can ensure the sustainability of your organization and grow at a pace that you're comfortable with, not just because you may have big pool of funding.
Yeah, absolutely. We already have several themes emerging here. One of them is balancing ambition with reality. I guess we could articulate it like that, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And making long-term, kind of setting up your organization for long-term sustainability. Yeah.
Before I ask you a follow-up question, I would like to turn to you. Maybe you could talk a little bit about your approach.
So we came into this challenge with a tool that we had already built, but it was a little ahead of its time. We had built a URL to MP4 tool, which converted text articles into short videos in the MP4 format. We had put it out on Instagram during India's elections in 2024. It did really well for us. Our engagement grew. Our number of followers grew. But we were also conscious of the fact that this was off platform, right? That it was platform agnostic, and it was not on platform. And the ecosystem that we're moving towards now, where journalism is almost treated like raw material. You're not getting a lot of sort of on platform. So we wanted to focus and make the version 2 as an investment for our users, our loyal users, so that they can come and really geek out on our platform. So that was the idea that we were exploring. And we also had a very specific idea of what personalization could look like. So we didn't want to create content silos. We wanted to make sure that the news was reported with editorial discretion, that our editors still took sort of the primacy when it came to what news was surfaced on our platform. But we wanted to explore the form transformations that could happen. So we are primarily a text-first organization. We only produce very deeply reported text stories. So how can you use that for audiences that don't necessarily have the time to consume a 2,000-word article in that moment? And what else are we able to give to them so that they are able to spend more time on our platform, engage deeper with everything that we're doing. And like I said yesterday as well, thanks to this challenge, not only did we achieve that, and quite early, we were also able to add on a lot more in terms of what we could do with our archive, and how deep we could go with our archive, and how deeply we could retrieve context. So we sort of, to rewind and tell you about what we promised in the application. we said we will create 7 formats across multiple languages. But we were able to do so much more with how much the technology has advanced in the last sort of 9 months. So have that little bit of wiggle room when you are applying, and once you commit to your project, don't be too rigid about it. Don't be too rigid about, like, leave room to expand, because even when you apply for this year's challenge, the technology is going to move, at a very different, fast pace. So leave that room, for that extra magic to happen.
That's a really good way of phrasing it, I would say. Before we continue, I'd just like to see if we have any questions. By show of hands, how many questions do we have? Because depending on that, I will be designing the flow over here. So you have 1, 2. And Zana, could you tell us if there are any questions on the live stream? Because we also have to, no questions? Okay, well, maybe we could take the questions and then we'll proceed. So do we have a portable mic? Yes, we can give it to the lady over here. Yeah, I believe. You had a question?
Yeah, I was wondering about this, the grant coming out now. It's saying that it's about audience intelligence and revenue growth. Does it need to be, the project needs to be on both? Or could it be an initiative on only the audience intelligence side?
That's right. So should we answer it now, or we can answer it now? Yeah. So would you like to take it, or should I go ahead?
I think the short answer is that the short answer is that it can be either or, but it should be building towards sustainability financially eventually. So that's why we put in the revenue growth aspect as well. So even if it's primarily focused on audience, how does that enable you to build up financial sustainability in the long run? That would be a core focus, yeah.
And you also had a question, but is it?
I'm still organizing my thoughts.
You organize them. You organize them. We'll get back to. Okay, that sounds great. I'm sure that I mean, if I was in a position to to consider applying to this grant or any other grant, I think the first thing that would come up in my mind, I don't know about everyone else, but the first thing that would come to my mind is the amount of technical detail, because you were already talking about flexibility, so you gotta leave a little bit of a wiggle room. Then you were talking about ambition. So how do you balance that? How to not be overly technical, right? But at the same time give just enough to say that, yes, I'm committed and I've actually given it some thought. But at the same time, you don't exactly know where the project will go, right? Because you might end up in and quite a few grantees actually do pivot. And these pivots, they're usually quite meaningful. So was that something that had occurred to you as you were preparing the proposal?
That was my biggest problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't be technical. Like, I didn't know what technology was going into that. I did meet a number of people and I did some research. And I was very honest in my application, I would say. I hope that kind of showed. So I basically wrote about like what the problems we're facing and how we are solving it in our own way without the technology that we want to build. And what are the roundabout ways of doing that, which takes a lot of time, and how we want to simplify that. And I did some research, and I basically very honestly said, these are the options that I can find at this point. And through this process, we are planning to learn more. And of course, there was this mentorship and coaching sessions that was as part of this. So from that, what I understood was, it is pretty much expected that we are going to learn new stuff and kind of acquire new methodologies and new techniques while doing this project, instead of coming into this with all the solutions ourselves. So that's how I read the call for proposals from this. So I was ready for that, and I was very honest about what I don't know and what I think. What I think, based on the information that I have gathered, can be the solution. But the fact is that I admitted that I'm not really sure that this is going to be the solution, and I'm ready to learn together. So that's basically how I went about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Being open-minded, being transparent,
Yeah.
and being open to change. I guess those are the themes that are coming up, which it begins to start like to sound like a self-development workshop, but it's not. But
Well, the Journalism AI Challenge for our organization, whole 9 month was a learning phase.
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I went into that with a lot of unknown stuff, like not really sure that this was going to happen. And I'm really proud of the tools that we have built at the end of the 9 months. I mean, we had a lot of uncertainty before coming into that, but we were supported through the 9 months, through the coaching sessions, answering questions that we couldn't figure out on our own, and guiding us into sources that we could learn more on our own time and figuring it out together. And right now, I mean, I think as a team, we are able to ask like better questions that actually lead us to good solutions in a shorter period of time. So I think, I mean, not just the money, not just the funding, I think that's the biggest thing that we got out of this program. Yeah.
we are so happy to hear that. And Sanuta, what about yourself?
Yeah, I think, at least from my vantage point, I would be a little uncomfortable to not be technical. I think that is, as in getting a very, very clear sense of the problem we're solving was very important for us. What are we really building? Of course, we left the wiggle room for the solutions, but we started with a very strong technical base. And you know, the thing that we're really proud of in how we have managed to work is getting the editorial team and the technical team to really talk to each other on almost a daily basis and create this shared language of, you know, this is what are the goals, this is the problem we're trying to solve, what does the solution look like, you know, because it's sort of an industry-wide reality, right, that both of these teams work in silos. But we can't build a technical product without, in journalism, without the editorial knowledge and nuance and, you know, everything that, you know, we do on a daily basis. And you also need the technical team. So I would say that the technical aspect was very, very important to us. From a problem point of view, and even from sort of staying ahead of the curve in terms of, you know, how do we solve this? What are the new things that we can look at as we're, you know, building this out? So that was our vantage point.
Great, great. And just for context, Sanuta had an excellent workshop yesterday taking place at the Smile Suite, which was recorded. The sessions were recorded. They will be up on YouTube soon. Can't give you the exact hour, but they will be there. So do check it out, and the rest of the sessions at the Smile Suite. Before I proceed, once again, I'd like to ask if any of you have any. Did you organize your thoughts? Great. Could we get a mic? Awesome.
Thanks so much. I mean, last year I applied for the same grant that you both got, and it was a very instructive experience. But I had some questions last year as well, which I still have. Kind of two questions really. One is, I work for an Indian fact checker, by the way. So the first question is...
an Indian? A fact checker?
An Indian fact checker.
Fact checker, okay,
Yeah,
great,
fact
great,
checker,
thank
yeah.
you.
So the first question is, did either of you have a proposal that built on existing generative AI platforms? Because when I was putting together the proposal last year, I was wondering whether any proposal that builds on LLMs will be preferred or not preferred, if that makes sense. And we figured that we didn't have the technical chops to do something completely original on our own, so we should focus on building something off an LLM. So I want to know if either of you built on LLM or any LLMs. The second question I have is, what if the tool that you're proposing, let's say you're proposing to build a tool, what if it's already been built by some other organization around the world, but you don't know of it, or rather you know of it but you can't customize it to your own situation? Will that be not preferred? Does that make sense?
The questions do make sense, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the questions. Now, I think all four of us can actually jump in, but I'm going to give you guys priority because we have the luxury of having you guys here. So would any of you like to take either of the questions or both of them?
Sure. On the first question, I think if you mean, do you mean building apps on ChatGPT?
No, not necessarily.
But using LLMs as a base.
You can build a chatbot on ChatGPT, but you probably don't need funding for that.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So LLMs, of course, are sort of very fundamental to everything that we've built, but we've not focused on one LLM. We've tested multiple LLMs, available in the market, open source, paid, and there, of course, I mean, everything that we've built, LLMs are fundamental to the workflow that we have created. On the second question, I forgot your second question.
What if there's an existing
Right.
or something that's 80% of what?
Right, which is something we faced as well, because as we were building out, so what we've actually built is a form-to-form versioning tool, right? And when we were, we got the grant and we started building it out, and Notebook LM side by side was really sort of picking up. And when you look at Notebook LM, it is also able to do mind maps. It is also able to do, videos, audios, and all of that. And it does a fairly good job at that. And that's exactly what form to form would mean, right? And this happened again, pretty about 3 months into, when we got the grant and we were building it out. But what we said is, what can we bring to the table that is a real value add? So what is our USP to things? So it wasn't a pivot, but it was, this product exists, it works very well, it is free, but what can we add to it that that really sort of takes it one notch higher? So for example, if you look at Notebook LM's mind maps, it's a serial progressive mind map, right? But what we have done is we've done entity mapping and relationship mapping and radial and progressive and everything that we can do with a vectorized database. So we've opened up our entire sort of archive and put it onto this. So that was the one value add. The other thing we've done is, let's look at it from what these very general purpose, all purpose tech tools are not able to do and serve for the news industry. So they don't, for example, understand the nuances that we intuitively and intentionally add. So we found that gap and said, why don't we bake those parts in? Because the broader sort of making sense of structured data, creating form to form, is something on a generic basis these tools are going to be able to do. But as journalists, for journalists, and within this industry, what is our USP? So that's what we really thought through and added to this.
Great. Thank you so much. Duya, do you have anything?
Yeah, I can just add to the first one.
Sure.
Our sentiment analysis tool is built on Gemini. We decided it was the best for our situation after testing different ones. One Mongolian LLM included among them as well. Our fact-checking assistance is, we basically just did everything from scratch ourselves. And I think we also can look at the difference in terms of geography and what kind of countries we're coming from. We only have one local LLM, which is still in progress, because Mongolian language is a low resource language spoken by 3.5 million people in total. So, and also, like, our government is only budgeting for 8 GPUs this year. It's not been approved yet, but I think you can kind of look at the difference, right? Like, with 8 GPUs, we're a nation. It's much fewer than one company is using. So in that case, like, especially for low resource languages, it's the existing LLMs that we have to depend on to build any sort of tool and feed them with our own data and use it in a way that we want to use it. So yeah, I would just add that. So I think the context can vary from country to country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's excellent points, and maybe I can add my own 2 cents to that, just really quickly. The first question, I rephrased it as a question of your necessity, your needs. And the second question, I rephrased it in my mind as a necessity of your audience or whichever group you're trying to serve. So the first one, you don't necessarily need to reinvent the bicycle. If it's there and it's ready, that's the most. That's the thing that makes the most sense for you in your own context. So no, you don't have to necessarily build something new. And the second question about tools that are readily available. Again, a similar logic, because I'm rephrasing it to, what is the need in your particular context, and you guys already have spoken about that, so I'm not going to dwell too much about that. But really, it's about context mattering, and also you explaining yourself, your organization, what the needs are, what your context is, and how this particular grant, let's say, is able to make meaningful change in your own organization, in your own story. So that's how I just phrase it in my mind, and I hope that helps. Thank you so much for your question, and thank you so much for your answers. I had another question for you guys, so just really quickly. We've mentioned in the beginning that it's great having you here because you went through the whole journey and you arrived at the end successfully, and you have amazing products, an amazing journey. And looking back retrospectively, what would you advise to your 9 months? Well, how many months has it been? 11 months. So 11 months ago, you jump into a time machine and you go back. What would you advise to yourself? You can think about it a little bit.
That's a difficult question.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have done much any differently because I couldn't have.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, right. I mean, I just think it was tough. Our team went through a lot. There were times we were so stressed just because it wasn't working, it was hallucinating, it was giving us the wrong results and things like that, and communicating between teams like the tech and the journalists. And we don't have an in-house tech team. We have outsourced that part. So, I mean, getting through to that different organization and having them understand journalism, and those were very frustrating. But I think it's worth it. We've come out as better communicators of our needs and better understanding of where the tech people are coming from as well. But I think the main thing, we were able to kind of go through that. I mean, it's unlike any other grant-funded projects that we do in journalism, right? Capacity building, where, I mean, the outputs are pretty clear. You kind of know what you're going to be able to do. You kind of can pretty clearly see what kind of impact it's going to have. But this one, we were dealing with something that we didn't really know a lot about. So the fact that we were able to go through all those hurdles was, before applying, because it was a very new sector to me, I thought about it, is our team going to enjoy going through this process? How closer are we going to get to our mission if we have completed this project? Right, so we were pretty convinced that it was going to be a rewarding one. We weren't expecting this to be an easy one at the same time, so we had kind of the same, correct expectation through this process. So I think that kind of mindset, building that before even applying to that process, was something that really just moved us through. And even with the tech company, we kind of told them on our very first meeting, this is going to be hard, we're going to argue a lot, and bear with us. Yeah.
And they did.
They did, because I told them, I told you. Yeah, they knew what they were signing up for. So.
Absolutely, yeah. That's definitely one of the dominant themes in this festival: communication between the tech side and the journalism side, and that's how you handle it. What about you, Samita?
Yeah, I completely agree with her. It was as frustrating as it was rewarding, because things were changing so fast, and I work with a very, very enthusiastic bunch of people who want to be on top of this, and want to sort of really add the best of it to this. And it was interesting in the sense that there was so much happening around us that we had to almost sort of rein in and say, this is what we are meant to do. This is the budget we have right now. We can't really go beyond this. Our enthusiasm is valid, but let's sort of stick to that. So we had to rein it in. But that meant that it was an extremely rewarding process for us, and which I would also suggest while sort of writing your grants, which is when you do promise something, but you will have the opportunity to over-deliver because of the pace at which the technology is moving. So be mindful of that and leave that extra room as well.
So, yes, wise words. Thank you so much for that. We still have a bit of time for a quick question. If there's a question in the yes, please, right behind you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, working for DW Academy in Germany. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. What stuck with me is that you described it as a learning journey. Could you describe what helped you the most during the process from LSE side? So was it providing skills, providing attitudes, reflections? Was it technical assistance? So what helped you the most in delivering and developing your process, your products?
I'm gonna hate myself for sharing this. So the project was designed in a way where we were doing monthly sprints, and we had a sprint checkpoint, and that kind of forced us to be punctual every time and know what to talk about and discuss with our team and have the answers that we have promised to have solved at that sprint. So personally, from like a work pressure point of view, I'm more comfortable with like quarterly reporting. And during the process, I felt the monthly check-ins were a little bit too much because I had to be like on my feet all the time, right? Our team had to be on our feet all the time. But looking back, after 9 months, if we didn't have the monthly sprint checkpoints, we would probably not have delivered what we did. On top of that, the coaching sessions helped us. Like the coaches acted as our sounding boards, and whatever stupid idea we had, whatever stupid question we had, we were able to ask those. No shame, like. So, I mean, and also they provided us with very good perspectives in terms of how we approach like information, fact-checking when we're using artificial intelligence. Like what's the level of transparency we need to have. Yeah, like things like that. So I would say the most useful things were the sprint checkpoints and the coaching sessions, yeah.
Thank you so much. Speaking of punctuation, we're going to have to wrap up because we have another session coming up in 14 minutes, so make sure to catch it. A fireside chat about reader psychology with Alet Law and Mariah Craddock. And I'd like to thank Sanuta and Duya so much for being here and for sharing your wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Without wasting much time, we're going to start our second session. And for the session that's going to happen in this Illuminate Suite, it's a fireside chat. And it's going to be on readers' psychology, what makes people pay. And today we're joined in by Alette Lowe and Maria Craddock. Thank you, and I'll just leave it up to you.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for coming. We know it's early, and yesterday was such a jam-packed day. I think everyone is still processing and waking up a little bit. So we do appreciate you coming, and it's lovely to be here with you.
It's good to be here too.
We've had some chats before we got here, so we got to know each other a little bit, which has been great. And we have lots of questions for each other. So I think, yeah, let's jump in. And do you want to start by just giving us a little bit of background about yourself? And
Absolutely. Yes, great. So hi, everybody. I'm Mariah Craddock. I am currently an Executive Director of Product at The Atlantic. I'm getting feedback, I think, too. But yeah, so I currently oversee a team at The Atlantic that focuses on monetization and growth. So a lot of what my team is focused on in this current moment, and I'll talk more about this, is about how we can continue to grow our subscription base. We're also thinking about how we better monetize advertising on our platforms. We're thinking about how we better integrate digital events into our experiences. So really thinking about collectively the monetization strategy for The Atlantic through a product lens. And so, yeah, work with a team of about the entire product and technology team at The Atlantic is about 50 people, including product managers, engineers, designers, the sort. So yeah, I'm excited to have this conversation today. And I think Alette and I were talking before this. In the last session, there were actual psychologists on that panel. Neither one of us, just full disclaimer, are psychologists, but I'm excited to have this conversation to maybe speculate a little bit about why readers pay.
Yeah.
But how about you?
Speculation being the key word. We don't obviously have the answers. If we knew what made people pay, I don't think any of us would be here for answers. So yes, I'm Alette. I work for the Daily Maverick. I've been there for about 3 years now. Before that, I was at Media 24, which I ultimately left. I left in a newsletter and engagement role to join Daily Maverick as head of audience development, where, as you know, it's a bridge role between editorial and the business side, but most of my energy goes into wrangling data and drawing editorial strategies and reader strategies from that to ultimately work people down the funnel to get them to become members of Daily Maverick.
Can you talk a little bit more about your membership model and how you guys make money now?
Yes, so we have a membership model. We don't have a subscription model or a paywall. So our content is free to read, as many of you would know. The membership model, I guess, works kind of on two premises, and the one is that, first of all, South Africa is a very unequal country, and there are a lot of people who simply can't afford to pay for news, right? And we, in principle, believe that everyone has the right to access quality information and quality journalism. So ultimately, we ask people to support us financially, but voluntarily at the amount that they can afford, to basically subsidize those who can't afford to pay to read news. And so our journalism is free to read for everyone. And then the membership model, as you all would know by now, is a bit of a different psychology to it than a subscription model. If you belong to a membership, it's more of an emotional thing. You know, people who support us financially are, they support a cause, and they support the work that we do. They support journalism as a force for change in South Africa, and they support in the broad. They're very passionate about South Africa and the democratic project that we have going for we have there. And that's what our whole model is based on, appealing to that commitment to South Africa, people who are passionate about making a difference, about making it work. And yeah, that is what our model is based on. We have about 33,000 members at the moment, and it makes up about 40% of our income, reader revenue, and we supplement that with advertising and events and grant and donor funding.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And the Atlantic is moving to almost 2 million subscribers at the moment.
Yes. So in 2024, we hit a milestone of 1 million subscribers. So we have a subscription model on the opposite end. We do have a notoriously really hard paywall. Which was a strategic decision that we made shortly after we launched our paywall in 2019. So we were pretty late, actually, to the digital subscription game. So we launched our paywall in 2019. Initially, kind of played around with the different, article limits and things like that. And then in 2021, which is when I joined, we launched our free digital trial. So first 30 days, you can experience The Atlantic for free, sample, and that was kind of the primary offer we offered on our paywall strategy. At the time, too, we started to dabble with what we called a smart meter. That wasn't all that smart, but was at least trying to pick up on different signals and trying to think about how do we have a different reader journey based on who you are, where you're coming from. And then eventually, and I'll maybe talk a little bit more about this, we kind of learned that we were maybe overcomplicating our strategy, and that actually the best experience was one where we really were deliberate about kind of saying, hey, this is not free. This is quality journalism that you're not going to get anywhere else, and it should be supported financially. And so we really started to see our business take off around the time of, the first or maybe second Trump presidency and all the political things that have been happening in the States. Every time, something seismic would happen, we would see kind of our subscription growth take off. And like I said, in 2024, we hit our milestone of 1 million paying subscribers, which was really not something we're seeing in our peer set. So we've seen, growth year over year in the subscription space, and really pretty good retention rate. So over 70% of our subscriber base stays retained. Other facts about our subscription model: we only offer an annual product, which is also unique. So we're traditionally a print magazine, and so we've kind of kept some of that legacy of an annual only product. We don't offer monthly right now, but with the annual product you see much better retention rate, so it's worked in our favor. But yeah, I think as we're thinking about the future and how we kind of move forward to that 2 million, I think now we're really thinking about how can we get more dynamic, how can we really think about our pricing model a little bit differently, a little bit more open to how we think about getting, The Atlantic is primarily known in the States on the coast, so our big markets are New York and DC and Chicago, and we're really thinking about how do we start to appeal to more of America and also abroad. And so I think with that kind of thinking, we're thinking a lot more about how can we be a little bit more expansive, how can we be more experimental with our business model. And so I'm really excited about kind of thinking about what got us to 1 million is probably not going to be the same thing that's going to get us to the next million, and how can we be a little bit more flexible with our model.
Yeah, that's so interesting, and I want to follow up if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You're talking about expansion across America, and I'm wondering how, in the current political climate in the States, where does the Atlantic fit in, and what role does it play for its readers?
Yeah, this is a good question, because I think we struggled to answer it for a long time, and I think now we're a lot more confident in saying who we are and how we want to position ourselves. So a lot of our leadership talks about how The Atlantic is not meant to compete in the breaking news space. We are not competing with the New York Times or the Washington Post. We don't have the staff or resourcing, and that's really a crowded kind of game. And so instead, I think the way that our editor-in-chief likes to talk about it is that, we are, we're not quite a newspaper, we're not quite a magazine, but we do want to be part of the daily conversation. And so often, the stories that you're going to find in The Atlantic and the way we try to position ourselves is in a couple different ways. One is, we are going to give you the context around the news of the day. So you're not just coming here for what happened, but why is it happening? Different perspectives about why something is happening, right? You're not going to get all one take. We really try to publish a diversity of perspectives. We're also bringing in writers at the top of their craft. So people often come to The Atlantic because it is a place known for quality writing. And so, we also like to say on the other end of that we're a place where people come to read and really, spend time. We are also notoriously known for long form journalism, which is very different in this current moment where everything's about, sound bites and TikToks and short form content. We really are still really leaning into this kind of lean back, spend time with us, which, is something interesting, especially from the product perspective, how to figure out how to package that and think about how do we respect the editorial vision, but also meet audiences where they are, which is often short on time and on the go. And so, so I think how we position ourselves has a lot to do with the caliber of the writing, being kind of that, sometimes we say second read, so not necessarily the place you go for the breaking news, but like where you go when you want to understand why something is happening. But also sometimes we just contribute like new conversations and new thoughts because we have these really talented writers who are just thinking about like interesting things or finding out really weird things or, you know, like things that you just don't see anyone talking about, which is also like really fun. So there's like the really like political side that like I think we're most known for, but then there's also a wealth of kind of more cultural commentary and like science articles that we're also really good at, that we're trying to make sure people are aware of. So really exposing more of the breadth as we kind of try to expand, exposing more of, you know, the different sides of the Atlantic. Yeah.
I think you make such an important point about really sticking to what is your core value and, you know, giving people that lean back experience. It's so tempting, I think, for all of us in these crazy news cycles to want to also chase, you know, the news and chase the next big thing. And same with AI, you know, to jump on that bandwagon, but really kind of evaluating what do you bring to the conversation, what does AI help you bring to your audience that, you know, is unique to you. I think that's so important.
Right, and I feel like the Daily Maverick has a similar perspective too, right?
Yes, so we also try to not necessarily do breaking news. We do here and there if we have a breaking story, like anyone would do, but we also lean into the long form stuff, the more in-depth take on the story, which may only come the next day or in the next week, because we like to give our journalists more time to dig into the full story. And that comes with trade-offs, right? That comes with traffic trade-offs, that comes with you know, losing audience to a competitor who, because we sit firmly in the news space, but we're not competing in the breaking news cycle. So there are some trade-offs there, but the upside of that is that we give ourselves the time to do the quality version of the story, right? We do proper research, we do the quality journalism, and that is what ultimately is the core of our business model as well, right? That's why people pay to be members of our community, because they support the quality of the journalism that we do. And I think that's such a core theme or a takeaway for me at least, even from this conference, is that regardless of the AI and what it allows you to do, you know, if your core product isn't there and it isn't resonating with your audience, you know, all the gimmicks in the world won't get you there.
Yeah.
And so that's really what we've been focusing on. In the last few months, especially, like pulling back from the madness of the news cycle and really thinking what it is that defines us as Daily Maverick, and how we serve our audience with our journalism, because as I said, that's ultimately what also feeds our business model.
Yeah. I'm curious then on that, like how right now do you have a sense of like what are some of the signals or predictive signals that you get from readers that like will potentially lead to them like voluntarily becoming a member?
Yeah, so we look at all the standard stuff, you know, engagement metrics, how long people spend on our site, in our stories. We put a lot of effort into audience engagement, directly communicating with our broader audience and asking them for input on our stories, and then, you know, creating journalism from that. It's work in progress, but I think we're getting there. And then our biggest signal really is when someone becomes a newsletter subscriber. Our newsletters are really the engine of both our editorial growth and our business growth. Once people are newsletter subscribers, they're much more likely to become members, and that's what we work really hard at. We have a registration wall because we don't have a paywall. For a long time, I think we implemented the registration wall two years ago now. We didn't have a mechanism to get people to actually sign in to our site, sign up and sign in and stay signed in so we can track them on our site, right? With first party and get first party data. So we built that, and that made a huge difference to our newsletter subscriptions as well, because once you're registered, we can target you with newsletter callouts. We also have in our registration wall, we have a little tick box that signs you up to a newsletter, and so you are automatically in the funnel.
and then we wait a month, and then we start targeting you with marketing messaging as well, to get you to, and that really is for us the biggest driver of memberships at the moment. Yeah, as long that marketing communication via newsletter then also becomes really valuable. Yeah. And same for you guys, right?
Yeah, I think it's about the same. I think, I mean, slightly different in that, again, the paywall is probably the biggest driver, right?
Of course.
Like gating people and before they can, consume your content. But I think we also, have done a lot of audience research over the years and have like a good understanding of like the different types of people who come to our site, kind of the motivations for like why they come and what they're looking for. And then, we try to at least, when we can, compel based on like what we know about the user. So our marketing team has the ability to change messaging across the site at different news moments to kind of reflect, like we know, when certain news events happen, like earlier this year with our editor-in-chief and the whole Signalgate moment that happened earlier this year, which if you aren't familiar with what I'm talking about, I'm sure most of the people in this room are, but Google Signalgate in the Atlantic, it was a wild time. But in that moment, it really kind of was interesting to watch people's emotional response because, of course, people wanted to read the story, so that was kind of the first impulse, was just like, let me get past the paywall, let me pay because I want to read this story that I can't read anywhere else. But then, after that first wave, it really started to become people just like, almost like voluntarily subscribing because they were just like, we want to support the mission in this moment and like what, you guys are doing. And so, yeah, I think that's like really been kind of, it kind of speaks to these like different reasons and motivations for why people come. And then of course, like quantitatively, there are certain signals that we have, like certain refers do better than others. And so we do different things with our paywall based on like where you're coming from. So yeah, there's a lot of different things that kind of like can give us a little bit of an indicator of like who might be subscribing. And I think going forward, as we're thinking about this expansion and growth strategy, we're trying to think about how can we be more selective when we give access because we have been so premium and hard gated for so long. Now we're thinking more about like how do we selectively ungate in moments where it might be better for people to be able to read this and get more advertising revenue in this moment versus kind of the hard gate strategy we've had for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
And are you using AI in any way to complement your strategy or inform it?
I think, yeah, this is funny because I think a lot of people in the subscription space have been playing with AI well before the like generative AI moment of the last couple of years. And so like I remember even in 2021, we were kind of dabbling with like, how can we take various inputs to start to make decisions basically, right? Like that's what AI does. It's a series of rules and inputs. And so we kind of dabbled with it early on. And I think my biggest lesson learned in the early days was like we overcomplicated it actually. And it actually like the best strategy was the simplest one, which was put the gate up. Like, cause we really tried, like in the beginning, we were really trying to we did a lot of math around like, if we give up this page view, we'll get this much in ad revenue and how that compares to subscription revenue. And it just was very complex and it was very unnecessary. And like the strategy that actually got us the most conversions was the one where we put up the wall. I think going forward, now that our strategy is shifting, we will probably want to be more dynamic. So we are experimenting with more like AI tools. We're doing the whole buy versus build thing right now, trying to figure out like, do we leverage this tool that claims to do it out of the box or do we build our own tool with the data we have? So more to come, I think. But yes, we have played and have learned simple is maybe sometimes better depending on what you're trying to accomplish. But you guys are playing around with AI. A lot.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, we encourage the use of AI in workflows and as we've all heard this week as well, it can be such a great productivity booster. So we use a lot of that in that space. But in terms of business goals, we are kind of in a moment where we are pivoting to impact as a North Star goal. We have found that as I said, people come to us for our investigative journalism. They come to us because they believe our journalism is important, it makes a difference, it holds people accountable. But over time, the news fatigue and the corruption fatigue has also gotten to people, and they're like, oh, you know, this investigation is great, but you know, nothing comes of it at the end of the day. You do the journalism, tomorrow we'll read another story about some corrupt politician. So that's not enough anymore. But what we have found is where we demonstrate the impact of our work, that is starting to show returns in people you know, becoming members. So we've built this with the help of this grant from JournalismAI and the Google News Initiative. We've built what we call our impact engine, which is a way for us to track the impact of our work by, we vectorized all of our work and some public records that we have access to, and we're able to query this databases to essentially get from it instances where we've been mentioned in public settings, or contextually the tool can recognize that our work has, you know, influenced the conversation or whatever. So we're trying to, it's a really hard thing to track impact. We've been working on it for a couple of years already, but that's become a big part of what we believe will be the future of our business model, is that if we can demonstrate the impact of the work that we're doing to our audience, it will ultimately attract more members. So it's still very experimental. The tool is still it's turning out to be a great research tool for the editorial team as well, because of our whole archive is in there, so we can do research about what we've published in the past. You know, if you're a new reporter, you want to get some background on what we've been doing in a certain topic, you can do that. But yeah, it's a brave new world.
Yeah.
We're still experimenting.
On that note, I just want to remind you that we have another 6 minutes if you'd like to take questions.
Yes, of course.
We have one question on the live stream already.
Okay.
And maybe somebody from the audience would like to ask a question. We can, yeah, you can maybe, could we get this? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Alexandra. I'm an independent researcher and a subscriber to The Atlantic, not to Daily Maverick. My question is, because you're probably getting a lot of subscriptions through the app and also newsletters and stuff. What do you do to attract younger audiences? And maybe that's also something for Alette, because you talked about newsletters, because we know from research that younger audiences don't necessarily go to apps, they don't necessarily subscribe to newsletters. So I'd be interested in that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Yeah, I think it is definitely a goal for us to reach younger audiences, like most publishers, especially legacy publishers like The Atlantic. I think you're definitely right in that, like, newsletters, the app, kind of the traditional models that we've seen have not always been successful at attracting these younger audiences. And honestly, for us, when we say young, we're almost saying like 45 to like 30, right? Like young. Yeah. So, but there are a couple of things we're trying, and I'll try to be quick. So, one thing that we're doing, and we just announced a little while ago, we opened up access to The Atlantic for free to all U.S. public high schools. So we're trying to really make it accessible for those who are very young, who cannot afford subscriptions. We also have a group subscriptions product that we're offering to universities all over the globe, which does come with some cost, but does, again, alleviate the cost on the younger people. And then we also are, as I mentioned, like The Atlantic is kind of really trying to elevate the writers as the face of the brand. And I think we've seen a lot of the research that younger people tend to trust people. And so we're really leaning into letting our writers kind of start to speak more for The Atlantic, especially on social, getting them to do more of the TikTok videos and explaining their stories, and doing the events, which we have seen, kind of at least pique the interest of younger subscribers or younger people, in hopes of eventually them paying us one day. But how about you guys?
Very similar, and I think our readership is similar in that sense. It is an older, more mature. I mean, if you're reading long-form journalism, you're probably not.
You have time.
Yeah. So same thing. We're experimenting with social video, but we regard a young reader as someone 35, someone who has the income to pay for a subscription, who has a bit of more of a social awareness and understands the importance of what we're doing. Yeah.
Now, I did say that we had a question on the live stream, but the question on the live stream was exactly the same. So
okay,
we're going to skip the live stream for now. And did anybody else have? Oh, okay, Lakshmi. Thanks a lot.
My name is Jeremiah, and I run 4 publications in Central Florida. We have 75,000 subscribers, and about 5,000 are paid. And one thing we struggle with, which I'd like to ask both of you, is how do we kind of upsell the most loyal subscribers that we have who are already paying us? And then at the same time, how do we offer or move people over from those 75,000 into premium without kind of disrespecting the people who are already paying us? Like, do we offer them, how have you guys addressed that, basically?
How do you upsell or upgrade people who are already paying you?
People who are already paying us and see value. Do we have to give another value add, or is there,
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely, I would say. In my opinion, right? I think, so we right now have 3 offers, print and digital only, and then a premium product. But the premium product is very much for that very small subset of people who are going to pay $200, $300 for some additional value adds. And we're actually on the cusp of launching another premium product that will allow for more sharing capabilities to be able to share with a family, and then also some other elements, which I can't say, but I'm really excited about what it will offer. But again, as we have kind of added these value, additional pieces of value, whether it's the ability to share articles for free, so article gifting is one benefit, or unlimited app access. Our app is pretty hard gated, and you can only have a subscription in order to be able to engage with it. So all of these little kind of value adds allow for us to be able to go really clearly to market with something that says hey, pay a little bit more so that you can get these additional things. I mean, the primary thing I would try to understand for your audience though is what is valuable to them? What does that extra look like? What will they pay for? And test and see. But yeah, I would say definitely want to have a value that you're trading. So the 75,000 of people who are free, that's a harder one because you've been giving it away for free. I mean,
it's delayed now. It's 3 or 4 days old.
Okay. Yeah, I think being able to somehow explain what the value is of paying, what are you getting in addition to if you pay versus, maybe it's not that time delay that's as valuable to them, right? Maybe that's okay. Maybe there's something else that would compel them to start paying. Yeah, that's a tricky one. I don't know if you guys have.
Yeah,
something
the membership
similar.
model is completely different.
Yeah.
Because it's voluntary. We often find that when we just ask if you want to give more, because people subscribe or become members, and it's been 3 years and they never thought about it again. And here's a very strong piece of journalism, and people are reacting to it. And if we put out a call then to say, hey, you've been a member with us for 3 years, would you consider increasing your contribution? That often works incredibly well. But obviously, it's not. We don't do the benefits and the. We do have those, but we find that doesn't work as well. Not as well as if we just ask. Yeah. Maybe consider that.
We're going to have to wrap up here, but we're only wrapping up the panel. There's still a networking session outside with tea and coffee for half an hour. I saw quite a few hands around here, so maybe you guys could
sure, yeah.
discuss the matter further. And a round of applause for you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
We will be back in this room at 11:15 to discuss the AI adoption playbook. See you guys then. And welcome back to yet another fantastic session. We hope the festival is treating you well. As you can see, we are all about innovation here and AI adoption. We have a very special panel prepared for you with some very special people. And it will be moderated by Eitan Horowitz, the Global Innovation Programs Manager at Google. Some round of applause, maybe.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks very much, everybody. Great to be here at the festival. Hope you've been having a good time. You know, as mentioned, I'm Eitan Horowitz, work at Google, working with publishers and newsrooms to help them figure out how to take advantage of different AI tools and technologies. So we have a really great panel today with 3 leaders that offer diverse perspectives on this topic. So they come from 3 different types of organizations, 3 different countries. So really excited for that. I'm going to introduce the panel. First, we have Atandiwe Saba, who is the AI Newsroom Initiative Lead for Code for Africa, based in South Africa. And then, feel free to applause individually or at the end, up to you, but they're all well-deserving of the applause. Then Alexander Burchard, who is an independent researcher and advisor based in Germany. And then finally, we have Erica Osher, who is the Vice President of AI Labs at NPR in the United States. So what we're going to do, basically, each panelist is going to run through a few quick slides presentation, just sort of sharing their own perspective on this topic of AI adoption, you know, in their organization, in their work. So after these 3 short presentations, we'll come back. I'll have a few questions for the panel, and then definitely going to leave some time for audience questions as well. So first up, Atandiwe.
Awesome. Good morning, everybody. It's super awesome to be at the Journalism AI conference. So I'm Atandiwe. I'm from an organization called Code for Africa. I do want to briefly introduce Code for Africa for those who haven't worked with it. Well, firstly, myself, journalism background, worked in newsrooms across in South Africa, started AI data desks within some of those newsrooms in South Africa, then moved to Code for Africa. Code for Africa, I've been with them close to 3 years now. I run the iLab, firstly, which is Africa's biggest OSINT investigation unit. And we look into disinformation, misinformation, we look into manipulated information across 26 different African countries. And a lot of the work that my team does and continues to, does within the iLab is focused on, as I said, disinformation. However, a lot of the tools that we use and we have been using are around AI. A lot of the way that we will look into social media and using OSINT tools, all of that is around AI. And that's when Code for Africa, we decided to focus a lot more on how do we take those tools into actual newsrooms. And now that we are working with newsrooms, when I think around artificial intelligence, I like to take a step back before going forward to help newsrooms begin to think about how to actually use it and how it's not just something that's new. I usually talk about the 3 disruptions that newsrooms have had to face as long as news has been around, and that was the internet. How did we engage with that? How did newsrooms change? And then we had social media. Social media brought us a whole new illusion about and disrupted us so much. It showed us that how engagement works and actually talking to people, but also our distribution networks as well. And now we have this new force that is changing how truth is actually produced and perceived and engaged with. And newsrooms need to understand those 3 disruptions and where news fit in each and every single one of those disruptive elements, those disruptive waves. How we like to start with the newsroom, I'm big on actually having a problem first around AI. If you don't have a problem and you are using tools, you are probably adding a lot more pressure on your newsrooms, spending money that you shouldn't be spending. And if you think about the 3 disruptions that we've already been through as news, you have to think, what is the problem first? And I think during the data journalism phase of our disruption, there had to be a problem that you were trying to solve there. And once you have identified the problem, you also have to have quite a focused collaboration strategy, not just collaboration for the sake of collaboration, actual tangible collaboration. Journalists, of course, can't do everything. We can't report and write code and then verify and design. So how do we collaborate? And in Africa, if I can, as a continent, some of the newsrooms that I've worked with, they have newsrooms that have 3 people in them. They have newsrooms that have 10 people in them. And so it's not a sense of we can just figure out our problem, find an AI solution for it, and then go and implement it. They have to figure out where they're going to get the resources from for such a small unit. And collaboration becomes quite important. A lot of the work that we've done with Code for Africa is to collaborate with CSOs, is to collaborate with the tech sector, is to collaborate. There's a lot of work that we've been doing as well with the University of Pretoria, their data science units as well there. Thinking around language issues, because there's a lot of language issues when we are doing disinformation tracking. As Africa has so many different languages, if we're working in Mali, for instance, how are we able to track disinformation in Bambara? That needs artificial intelligence, and we can tap into a lot of the AI solutions, natural language processing solutions that universities are already working with. The third step, beyond collaboration, is the actual planning that needs to happen. And a lot of newsrooms, with resource constraints as well, they think you just kind of throw out the tools out there and see kind of what sticks. No, you have to plan and you have to test and you have to learn from that. So I'm quite kind of pedantic about frameworks and strategies and planning and all of that and writing all of this down. That's quite important. And a lot of these newsrooms, as I said, quite small, they don't have those kind of processes in place, and we see how we can assist those, also using AI tools to see how they can monitor what their tests are looking like. They've defined the problem, they pick one of the many tools, they interrogate those tools as well. We need to test for a certain number of days or a certain number of weeks, and to see what then we are getting back from that. And whether it's a failure or whether it's a success, we are learning from that. Of course, we need to stick to our core principle values. Yes, we have AI frameworks and all of that, but our core principle values for journalism, in the media industry particularly, we're talking about transparency and accuracy and telling the audience that we're working with that this has been produced using AI, or this is a particular tool that we are using and this is how we've interrogated that as well. That's quite important in the small newsrooms that we do work with as well. And accountability is quite important as well. And that is rebuilding that kind of truth with our audiences as well. And this is basically a list of some of the resources that we work with. One of them that we have built within Code for Africa is called Feed Shield, where we assist investigative journalists, where they have been coordinated online attacks on their work, and we've built that particular tool to kind of get what their problems are and assist in tracking down some of those coordinated networks that do attack some of their work. And this will be available for, the slides will be available to come and check some of those resources as well.
Yeah, hello everybody, and I'm really glad to be here. Start with a problem. Brilliant advice, you know, there's so many, that's what I keep hearing again and again. There are like solutions being developed for problems that don't exist. Whoops, let's get further on here. Yeah, I'm an independent researcher with about 30 years of newsroom experience. And today I'm going to present you some results from an EBU news report I did on AI, leading newsrooms in the age of generative AI. It's actually the second big report. The first one, Trusted Journalism in the Age of Generative AI, I did with a few colleagues, and there were some lessons to be learned from that first to the second report, because in the first report it was all about experimentation, getting actually people to raise their appetites to do something with AI. But then we are much further ahead now, and newsrooms have actually become more strategic about the use of AI and also more realistic. And in the second report, the emphasis of the research was actually, how do you actually bring the newsroom along? What do audiences think? Because there's a lot more research out there on audience, what audiences think now, and all these reports have lots of interesting use cases. And let me throw some thoughts at you that were, some thoughts we had from the research I've done. First of all, it's really important to map your stakeholders. So it really makes a lot of sense to figure out, who are you building the tools for? Who are you addressing when you want to bring people along? And Kasper Linsko, who's from the JP Political Media Group in Denmark, he said, we don't build the tools for the front runners who are going to do everything anyway. And also those who resist, it's not necessarily those we are addressing. And actually, as a change management coach, I always advise people, don't really spend all your energy on convincing those who resist, but really go with those who are willing to change. And he says, what we are doing is actually building tools that really fit that middle group of those who are interested but not, super interested. So address the majority. Second thing is, make work easier, and you find some use cases in the report. I just pulled out two. Actually, one isn't even in that report. For example, if you have the user needs approach, and you want to give people a lot more ideas, want them to be more creative on different story angles, there is something that the Swiss public broadcaster RTS pulled out, the story angle generator, and it was so convincing that other news organizations adopted it as well. And the second example is from Bayerischer Rundfunk in Germany. I work out of Munich, so I'm very close to them. And that is about moderating comments. And I mean, lots of people in newsrooms don't really like doing that work. So it's really, if you make work easier, it's more important. Actually, last week I attended a conference of the European Federation of Journalists, the journalist unions, and they said, actually, with AI, it's not as much, reluctance of people adopting stuff, because it makes work easier for some people, particularly in stuff that they really don't like doing. Yeah, next is, don't make it too easy. That sounds maybe counterintuitive, but what Jiri Kivimäki from Yle, the Finnish public broadcaster, found out is if you make it too easy and people just press a button, then not only will they never learn and understand how these different models work, because you want people to understand how the different models work, but you're actually doing the same thing that you accuse tech companies of doing, provide all these black boxes. So make it a bit challenging and actually research about creativity. And I also interviewed a professor from MIT Media Lab about this. Research about creativity actually shows don't make these systems so easy that they tempt you to just offload work. You can actually build systems that make people think a little bit more and make them consider what they are doing. And this is really keeping people on their toes and becoming that they are aware of what they're doing is really something important. Then, and here you meet her again, Uli Köppen, who spoke here yesterday. She said, what's really important is provide clear guidance to your newsroom. And they've been in that space for quite a while, and then they felt we're going to come up with a list of questions, and people can handle that themselves. They can ask themselves some questions. How do I go from here to there? But then, people came back to her and said, no, we don't really want that. We don't want to be super empowered. We just want clear rules, because people are actually so confused. Also, they have other things to do. So they don't want to think too much about every single step they're taking. And as we also learned yesterday, people don't read the guidelines. I think Uli said that, so they don't read them. So, provide clear guidelines so that people actually know what they can do, what they can't do, what they're not supposed to do. Ideally, you put it in the systems. And what I found also really important, and that's the final quote I'll pull out here, invest in humans. Invest in your journalism. I recently was at a conference with the CEO of Le Monde, and they said they really invested in their newsroom because all we need to do is invest in your journalism, in our journalism, because we want to survive in that age of AI. And that also means invest in human connections, because you really need to own your audiences. And this is Laura Ellis from the BBC, who said, there's a slight danger that if we automate everything, we don't have anyone in the newsroom who speaks the voice of the audience any longer and who can't build that connection. And we heard that also, people picking up phones and really talking to real people. This will be so essential and important in the AI age. So, summing up, 5 to-dos, and actually I start with 7, and then I thought we'll run out of time, so I just reduce this to 5, but you can probably come up with 10. So I'll reduce this to 5. Explain your strategy. Actually have a strategy. This is really important. Don't just do everything. Start with the problem to link it to your input. Have one. And particularly the why. People want to know why they have to use certain tools, why the strategy is like that. And they'll be much easier in the transformation. They'll handle that much better if they know the why. Then map your stakeholders and also acknowledge fears. Don't give people this feeling like, they're out of line if they're not super interested. I mean, there are so many different talents and competencies, and we learned yesterday, the attitude matters, the flexibility matters. So really, really acknowledge that people are afraid of losing their jobs. There's no way of denying that. It's just there. And I mean, there are lots of roles in newsrooms where there's influence and privilege attached to that, and standing of people. So there are fears of losing all of that. So address that. Then make it useful and easy to use, but not too easy. You don't want to really suppress the creativity in people, so really keep them on their toes and really, take advantage of the creative spirit, because what's clear is AI can make you a lot more creative if you want to be creative. If you just want to offload work, it might also work. So really, don't make it too easy. Number 4, and that's the Uli Kappen thing, define the rules, the boundaries, but also the expectations. You have to make it pretty clear what you expect from your newsroom and what you don't expect also. People like that. They like to have a clear definition of expectations. And then last, invest in your journalism and in human connections, because this is what matters in the AI age. And thank you so much, and I'll hand over.
Hi, so I'm Erica Osher. I head up AI Labs for NPR. NPR is based in the public radio system in the US. We are the national content provider for that system, and we have 244 member stations that are independent. So we don't own our stations. That's a big misconception around NPR. But we are partners with them. And those stations range from everywhere from a few employees to hundreds of employees. So we have a pretty broad network that we're working with across the system. And when we think about AI, NPR's biggest value, the biggest thing that we have, it's not our size, it's not our budgets, it's the trust. And we have spent decades building trust with audiences and building that core, deep, super fan relationships with our audiences. And so when we think about AI, everything that we do is through that lens. And so making sure that we can continue to innovate, that we can be using this technology, but never compromising the core pieces of our journalism. And so this statement here is from our ethics handbook, written by our standards and practices managing editor. that really kind of just reinforces that our work will always be human-based, human-centered, human-reviewed. We're not going to be releasing things with AI that haven't been looked at by journalists. And the way that we're going to be thinking about AI is always in the lens of our mission, which is to create a more informed public and to advance creativity and to really let our journalists shine in the work that they do and the skills that they have and make their jobs a little bit easier and make them be able to have more reach. So that's kind of how we've been approaching it. And so I don't know that I have like a playbook really here. I think for us it's been just very much a journey because I think we're all still learning. I've been only in my role full-time for the last 3 months. I was doing it part-time for 7 months before that, and then as part of a committee for 2 years before that. So, but I want to talk to you about our journey and where we are now. And we've been a little bit slower than some of the other folks that you've heard from. I think because of our scale and because of our reputation, we've been very cautious, but we've also been learning a lot. So we started like 2 years ago with guidelines and with both on the code of conduct side for the full organization, because in journalism organizations, it's not just newsrooms, you also have lots of business people and operations people that you're working with. So we wanted to make sure that everybody knew what the rules were. And then we also came up with the ethics handbook piece that is specific to our journalism. We did that very collaboratively. We did that through lots of internal conversations with different stakeholders. And then we formed this cross-functional initial AI Labs group, which represented content, revenue, product and technology, and policy. And what we decided to do was we wanted to hear from our staff and from our stations. And so we did a survey, a call out to get pilot suggestions. And we received a huge number of suggestions. And we initially thought we were going to kind of pick a few very specific ideas that we heard from. But what we noticed was these patterns came out. And I'll talk about that in just a second. And so what we actually ended up doing was creating 4 different groups for our pilots with 6 different pilots within those groups. We've also done a lot of audience research, which I'll talk about a little bit too. We've been doing that over the last year, including the BBC EBU News Integrity Study. And now we're in this place of rolling out enterprise tooling. And we've been taking very much the enterprise approach to AI versus building a lot of bespoke tools based on our resources and also making sure that it works into our existing workflows. So if we hear one complaint, it's when, oh God, I don't want to use this other thing. So our approach has been very much like, what are we already using? What's already in our workflows? And then where do we want to add AI to that? And so that's been a big part of our focus is how to do that safely in every part of the organization, the newsroom, but also, our business teams as well and our operations team. And we're working through constantly kind of upgrading training, redoing training, thinking about training, especially as we do our enterprise rollouts. And then also just like collaborating across our network. And what you've heard a lot today is like these small newsrooms, and we have so many of them in our network, are doing really incredible things. And a lot of times they're moving so much faster than we are because they don't have the same level of bureaucracy and because they have this need and this desire to move and innovate quickly. And so there's so much that we can learn from them as a national organization, and I think it's our role to kind of help foster sharing of the ideas. So that's a big process for us over the next year is to really help host those conversations rather than just leading the conversations. So the 4 pilots that we did that I wanted to share were around journalism tooling, so like transcriptions, and then transcribing and tagging public meetings, and we did that with our stations, with several stations. Metadata, which is obviously the big thing that everybody's been talking about, and figuring out how we want to use AI to clean our very complicated data systems that we have. Accessibility, so translations and transcriptions that we also did. Testing of like how accurate that was, because we use mostly human transcriptions still today, and figuring out like what's good enough. And where is AI actually going to save us time? And then also the business side. So where we can be a little bit more creative, where we can use some of the more creative kind of like standard generative AI tooling with less risk. Like where do we want to use this for fundraising? Where do we want to use this for sponsorship? And all those tools as well. I want to talk a little bit about the research effort that we've been doing on the side. So we've done a lot of internal, obviously, we did a lot of internal kind of things with the pilot call outs, but we also really wanted to hear from our audience. Because I think a lot of us assume what our audience might think about different things that we do, but we're usually wrong. And we usually, have our own opinions of ourselves and how they see us and what they're interested in. And you've seen kind of some of the gaps that I've seen in like some of the digital news reports about like, oh, everybody wants a chatbot, do they? I don't know. So we started with both an interview-based process where we interviewed 11 like super users and then 7 non-users with in-depth conversations. We did a survey of 300 audience members, and we learned a lot from this. We learned that our audience is okay with us using this to do our work and to help with our journalism. They're not okay with us like using it for voices. They're not okay with us like using it like replacing the people at the heart of what we do. And they are a little bit more conservative than your standard news consumers. So we have to be very cautious with our approach based on that audience research. We participated in that news integrity study led by the BBC and the EBU, which was really fantastic, and also very informative to see not just how we're seeing our own tools, but also like how are people consuming our content through these chatbots, and what are the things that we have to be aware of in our business conversations with these technology companies, and then how does that inform our own processes. And so the preview of that is that there was huge gaps in accuracy and sourcing that was seen across the board. And so there's a lot of work to do, and I think that's really informative for us about like how do we maintain our core value proposition and make sure, and our core mission of making sure that accurate information is reaching the public when we're being disintermediated by technology companies and by chatbots. So I think what you're hearing from me is that like we're taking much more of like a broad kind of systems approach to this work. And not just focusing only on newsroom, which is hugely important, but also like the core business and the audience, and being trying to be really audience first with our thought process. And then we've also done a lot of competitive research, which has been really helpful. And there's so many brilliant people that we've heard from here that are really inspiring to us. And it's great to be able to also learn from the mistakes that people have made and the things that didn't work, so that we didn't have to go through that and use those resources, but also to see what has worked and where we want to invest our resources and time. So like I said, we've done a lot of enterprise tooling. So here's just a subset of the tools that we've approved for people across the board to look at, everything from summarizing our research for the audience teams, using Figma to generate prototypes, starting to play with Salesforce. And the big, using Olama was one of the first things that we started to do with very small teams within our journalism teams to let them test locally in very safe environments. And the thing that we're really trying to do with this is make sure, I want to give people as much flexibility to test as much as they want to do in a way that is safe, that meets our privacy restrictions and our policies, that we can also know about and be protecting them and ourselves, right? So there's a lot of data about like shadow AI usage, and that like 90% of people at companies are using their personal accounts to use AI and putting a bunch of proprietary information in that, which creates huge risks. So rather than policing that, I want to, like, the goal that we're trying to do is enable it and say, here's where you can play. Here's where you can find your use cases, because I don't know your use cases. Who am I to say what like different people need? But here's where I can give you a safe space where you can do things and you can experiment and you can learn. And so that's where we're at now. And so the biggest thing that we're doing there is this Gemini rollout. We're using Gemini Enterprise within Workspace. We already use Workspace very heavily as an organization. We're moving more in that direction than some of the other competitors. It's inside our existing workflows. And we started with pilots, both with our executives, their designees as managers, and then also union reps, which was really important. We really want to keep our unions with us as much as possible. That's never going to be perfect. There's always going to still be like stress and anxiety, but trying to keep them in the loop. We have a SAG-AFTRA working group that we're working with, and so we're trying to figure things out with them. And then we got the business teams going, because that was easier, a little bit safer. We got it enabled for all of them, and then we set up the editorial teams that are foundational to the work. So like our content operations team, our editorial training team, our standards and practices team, because those are the folks who can really help us inform what the rollout is to the rest of the department and who are going to be leading that rollout. I'm not, as the person reporting to our chief operating officer, the right person to necessarily lead the training for the editorial teams. So getting them empowered and knowledgeable. And so now what we're working on is getting towards this content rollout for the full organization. And the last thing I want to talk about, which we haven't talked a lot about here, is Code Assist. There's been a lot of data about like whether or not Code Assist is effective and whether or not the ROI is there. And if you're hearing anything from us, it's like we're very ROI focused and making sure like I don't want really expensive cloud costs to start ballooning, right? It can get really expensive with APIs very, very quickly if you're not careful. And so what we've started to do is we had this amazing group of people from engineering management, IT security, and DevOps work together to create a pilot to really test, and we're in this right now, to test the effectiveness of AI Code Assist with different models. And they did such an incredible job defining success metrics, working with the teams. They're looking at qualitative and quantitative approach to that so that we can make sure that like, does this actually save them time? Or do they have to spend more time reviewing the AI code and then that's actually not useful? So with everything we're doing, kind of just taking that slow, metrics-based approach to our rollout. And that's it for me, thanks.
Great, thank you. Round of applause for the presentation. No, I mean, that's great. You can hear three sort of different organizations, a lot of commonalities in there, and I'm going to ask a question or two to the panel, and then definitely we'll open up. So one of the things, Alexandra, I know you mentioned in talking about change management, you talk about going with the majority, and that's sort of what I was curious about from all of you, just in thinking about, resistance or skeptics, like if there's something, sometimes the skeptic might be the minority, but they're important, or they're a louder voice. So just curious, to all three panelists, like if there's anything that you've dealt with that you're able to share that sort of worked, to help change somebody's mind or change management, or any sort of tips on that, because, as mentioned, as we've seen with the disruptions that you've mentioned, right? Like along the way, when we're bringing in, the internet or mobile or social, there's always, resistance or skepticism. So just sort of curious to hear some tips or lessons. So whomever wants to go for it. You want to start? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you go with the change management playbook, then it's really start with the willing and produce success stories, and also things that make life easier for people. And as I said before, don't waste that much energy on convincing those who resist. But my experience is also, it's a huge communication challenge, actually, because, I mean, here, everyone in this room is super smart about AI, and the same people meet at the same conferences and share their knowledge. And so even I have the impression like, all these organizations are really so capable and so much at the forefront, particularly for the second report. I basically interviewed AI directors. But then you talk to people from the same organization in a different setting, and they say, oh, I don't know if we're actually doing something with AI in our organization. And I'm like, yes, you do. You have this really brilliant. So really, it's that communication thing that you really need to sort of, you need to bring the message, get the message across, say it again and again and again, the why are you using AI, make sure it gets to all parts of the organizations, also to the foreign correspondents and whatever people in the field who just don't necessarily are concerned with this, and include them in the conversation. And that would be my advice.
So communication, any other thoughts on skeptics, on resistance, like what you've...
Definitely communication. I would definitely agree with communication. But to take it a step further as well, taking people along in the journey. Whether you are a newsroom of 3 people or you're a newsroom of 300 people, taking your team along the journey and helping them understand why this is important, because you'll find that, well, we've found that in a lot of the newsrooms that we've worked with, people are still kind of stuck with what happened with social media. Social media platforms took the distribution rights from newsrooms. Journalists felt like these big large language models, big tech is just taking. How do we explain that to them? That actually we still have to engage with this new disruption, and how do we do that? And having those, as I said, I'm big on guidelines and protocols and processes, but assisting them to think through those steps, that's quite important, so that they feel more comfortable in innovating in their newsrooms, and then testing out, post-testing out, how does that impact then your newsroom? How does that newsroom grow? How does that newsroom feed into your communities? Whether we're working with local radio stations, and you'll find that radio stations are still quite big in Africa as one way of putting out information. How then do they engage with their communities as well? Take your newsroom along on this journey, the learning, the unpacking, the understanding, the building of their own guidelines, the building of their own processes, especially with newsrooms that don't have the financial muscle to have all these different layers that are thinking for them. The journalist is still the one that needs to figure out the guidelines. The journalist is still the one that needs to say, okay, my community that I'm writing for, that I'm doing the radio story for, this is what we're using. They need to understand what we're doing in these processes as well. So communication and that journey, it's all together. It has to happen together.
I think the only things I would add to that, I think everything that both of you said is totally right, is that you're not totally going to get this right. Like, people are still going to be scared. And there are some people who have very core, deep feelings about artificial intelligence that are totally valid. I have some of those feelings. I think most of us in this room have some of those feelings about this, the environmental concerns, like all of those things are valid, all of those things are real. And so I think being humble and being open to people's feedback, hearing them out and their concerns, even when it's difficult, understanding that their frustration isn't about you as the AI leader, but it's about like their existential fears about this technology and what that means for them and our society. Not hyping, I think, is really important. So like when I do demos of things like Gemini, I really try to like not, like also talk about where I think it works really well, but also talk about like the things that I don't like about it and where I think it doesn't work that well yet. Because I think people need to hear like that it's not perfect. And there's a reason that we're thinking about AI as the hands, but not as the heads. Like we are the people are the heads, they're the brains, they're the ones who are doing that work. This is just additional tools. And I think the more that we can kind of reemphasize the tooling piece of it, the better it is. But again, like that's not gonna please everybody, and that's okay.
Great. And then final one before we go to audience questions, I'm just curious, you know, from the panel, from your AI journeys or in the research as well, if there's something that you're really proud of, you know, even a small win, a tool, a process, or if not, an insight, something that you've learned. Maybe we can start with Erica again. Yeah.
I'm really happy that I think there's a couple things. I think I'm really pleased with the research that we've had and being able to participate in several different research and the amazing people across the division, across our company who did that work, and being able to really understand kind of where our audience is coming from, being able to participate in things like the BBC EBU study, I think I've learned so much from that, and so I think that's been really important. I love user testing. I'm a product manager at my core, so like the more that we can kind of continue to build on talking to our audience as we're going, I think is the biggest thing. And then the second thing is I'm really proud of how our engineering staff has looked at Code Assist and thought about it really incredibly thoughtfully. And with so much focus on security and transparency and research and success metrics, I think they've done an incredible job with that.
Great. Any from your research or others, small wins or things you're proud of or stories that stick with you?
Obviously, I'm not proud because, I mean, this is research and research is so important and I encourage everyone to really contribute, and I also think it's great to have that piece of research and advance on it, and we need a lot more research. What's puzzling to me in particular, what I'm really chewing on is that creativity question. You might have guessed because I elaborated on that earlier, because I also came across people who said like, oh, you know, I had, this is actually someone I spoke to, a newsroom editor in Malaysia, and she said like, you know, my three very best writers, I mean, they used to be really great writers, and now, I mean, they're under so much deadline pressure, they're now using ChatGPT, and I can tell because their writing quality has gone down. And I think that's really the thing that is so important, and we should concern about be concerned about most, the quality of the journalism is really, really, really important if we want to survive this and we want to flourish, actually, and the human touch and how we can make people more creative in that, and and actually deepening audience connections. And I think all the effort should go into that, because we really have to do our homework and to really show what journalism is, what it's good for, what's unique about it. And every news organization has to figure that out for their particular organization. What are your special qualities? What makes you unique? And what can you really invest in? And that is something that I feel very strongly about.
Creativity, and then
I think on my end, I work a lot in the disinformation space, information manipulation space across the continent. So that's quite a big thing for the team I work with and the newsrooms that we try to train in open source investigations. And I think from my end, the team that I work with, the iLab team, being able to build dashboards to look and track the bad actors across West Africa, across East Africa. We're looking quite a lot at the Southern Africa now, but in West Africa, we are able to pinpoint particular accounts, particular actors that are spreading disinformation. For instance, what's currently happening in Sudan and refugees, we are able to find from our lexicons, connecting back to lexicons and our watch list, the same kind of actors coming up and pushing the similar kind of disinformation in Sudan right now. And that complicates a lot of the initiatives that are meant to be happening in such spaces. So whether it's election dashboards that we are able to connect to the 5 to 7 years work that we've done, so that doesn't get lost. So being able to create those dashboards and allowing newsrooms to engage with us about what they're looking for, how do we make the connections as well, is something that I'm quite proud of that our team has been able to build for internal use, but we do assist newsrooms across the continent with that information as well.
Great, thank you. So we've got about 5 minutes. If you have a question, I think folks have microphones. Stand up, raise your hand. If you can, say who you are, where you're from, if you want to address. Yeah. I also have a question from the live stream. Okay, go ahead.
Can I go? Thank you very much. My name is Connie Taja. I'm from the Debrief Network in South Africa. I just wanted to ask about thinking, right? We heard a lot over the last day and a half about, a transmedia strategy, like one big good piece of journalism that gets disseminated into like nuggets, right? So does it start at the right? Like should perhaps maybe the writing be the core of it and then AI tools used to then cut it up, or the reverse? A social video and then that becomes text. Have you thought about where does the premium start and then where does AI kind of cut up that premium journalism? Am I making sense?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, because some of the newsrooms that we've worked with do ask those questions. But I would go back to who is your audience? What are they looking for? Because if we start off with, okay, I want this great piece of journalism to speak to everybody. Is everybody your audience? Are the people on TikTok the same audience you have on LinkedIn? Are we just trying to consistently feed the beast, and we're just allowing AI to assist us doing that? So in your thinking, is your audience people who actually enjoy the long form? They want to sit down, they want to scroll through all this amazing work that you've done. And if that is your audience, that's what you focus first on. If your audience is the TikTok audience because you want the numbers on that particular platform, then that is what you kind of focus on. For instance, with some of the radio newsrooms that we've worked with, we've presented to, we've engaged with, we start off, what is your problem? They want to get their audience that's listening in to engage with them on TikTok. So yes, you'd have your interview, and then they want to break that interview up into little short bits. TikTok then would be the first kind of ask AI to build this kind of a TikTok video or talk to the new trends on TikTok or whatever you want to do. Then that would be your first port of call. But you have to understand, what is your problem? What are you trying to achieve first? And if you follow that kind of thinking and that kind of playbook, then you will know where to start first and how to best serve that particular audience for a particular outcome at the end of the day.
I'd love to add. We're thinking about it, and I think we don't have an answer yet. And I think the big thing is obviously all of us are thinking about, so legacy rooms or newsrooms or legacy media companies are thinking about reach and thinking about younger audiences, to everybody's point. And I think the thing is will it actually really save time while still meeting editorial standards? And we haven't yet been able to prove that out. We're looking at how to test that and figure that out. But if we're starting with a core piece of audio, right? A lot of our original reporting is audio. And then we're saying, okay, how can we take that core piece of audio and that core reporting that was done by humans and fully edited and went through full editorial review and then use AI to help us distribute it? Is that the best way to do it? I don't know yet, because we haven't done the full end-to-end testing. We haven't built the systems to actually fully build that infrastructure. It's not just about because it's so much more than just the editing. It's so much more than just the rewriting. It's also where is it being posted? What's your API solution? What's your distribution infrastructure to get to all those channels? How automated is those systems? And so I guess what I'm trying to ramble at, I'm trying to get to is thinking about this from a systems approach and then really testing those success metrics and really understanding the workflows to me, and not just saying AI is definitely the answer to this. AI is a potential tool in that workflow.
I mean, is there another question? No, please. I would add, better do something right and not do everything sort of part of right. So if we learned from The Atlantic this morning, their thing is long form storytelling, presenting their writers at the top of the game. This is the user need. That's why people read The Atlantic. It wouldn't make any sense to do just sort of some, news pieces about that. If you are a personal brand, you have that great podcast. Yes, currently podcasts are also a thing on YouTube, and you should do that, and also to do social video, but still the personality of the host is the thing. If it's just basic news, you might also switch among formats, but even, I spoke to the head of digital of Rappler from the Philippines, and she said, yes, we're transforming text into video because otherwise we won't reach younger audiences, but actually it's still a little bit shaky. It's not the best video production. If you want to really do great video storytelling, you invest in that one and go the other way around. So it's really starting to think from your audience. It's really important.
On the live stream, but you have already responded to them.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I think we're at time. We'll be around if you have questions, but thanks very much to our panel. Let's give a round of applause.
And just a reminder to everyone that we have the lightning talks coming up in 14 minutes in this room. Lightning talks where we talk innovation with our grantees. Thank you.
welcome once again. And for this session, we're going to have the lightning talks. And for the lightning talks, we're going to have the Innovation Challenge grantees who are going to be speaking about their projects. And they're all from small and medium-sized organizations, news organizations. And the first one on stage, I love to call Duya. And you have exactly 7 minutes to do your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Dotlam Horlabatr, Doya for short, and I'm going to be introducing you to Pluma Media Platform. And in doing so, I'll try to introduce Mongolian media ecosystem very briefly, as much as time allows. So Pluma is an independent, unbiased, pluralistic, and censor-free media platform that is aimed to serve audiences that speak non-English languages. So through Pluma, we're trying to solve 3 different problems. First of all, the demand and supply ratio of information that is being created and what people want to read and consume in terms of information. So according to research that we've done a few years back, 74% of respondents said that they are not able to find the information that they're looking for from the mainstream media, despite Mongolia having almost 400 media organizations for 3.5 million population. The second problem is the workload and resources that are allocated for journalists. An average journalist working in a Mongolian newsroom every day is required to do at least 5 news articles daily for a salary of about $300 a month. So third risk, with all those problems, due to the fact that media is not able to serve the audiences, we have a number of ecosystem risks, which is the misinformation problem and also the distrust in media organizations. So Pluma was designed to address these problems. And frankly speaking, the way journalism works is just broken. From this model, I tried to kind of picture how media is working in terms of workflow and process. And you can see only form of payment or any source of resources are going directly from the audiences to the owner. But we are trying to rebrand media in a way that media as a public service, media as a public interest organization. And by doing that, we're trying to propose this model. So everything starts with the journalist, where journalist gets information from the source, creates the information, and then delivers it to the audience. And Pluma is trying to create this direct conversation and feedback between the audiences and the journalists. And the reward system goes directly from the audiences to the journalists, where Pluma takes care of all the infrastructures in terms of subscription, training, capacity building, and also combating disinformation, ensuring quality of the information that the freelance journalists are creating. So Pluma serves journalists and professional writers, readers, as well as sources. And it is highly inspired by actually how Facebook works and also how Substack works. But we are seeing a lot of problems that's being created by this design. So with the help of Journalism AI, we try to address those issues with the help of artificial intelligence. So when serving these different audiences through one platform, which is a very decentralized platform, we have created 2 systems. First of them is AI-assisted fact-checking, and the second tool is media environment analysis, or we call it sentiment analysis. And here's how it works. So sentiment analysis tool basically is trained on Gemini, and we've fed them with data from 7 different media organizations in Mongolia. And what it does is every time an article is published on Pluma, it scans through it and tells the reader whether it's positive, neutral, or negative. But you might be thinking, the reader has already read that information, why is that needed, right? So Pluma also has access to 7 media organizations. So once a certain story appears in Pluma, it scans through all those media organizations and then shows the reader, these many media organizations have reported on the same issue, and these many have reported on it from a positive angle, and those have reported it from a negative angle. So that gives the reader an opportunity to kind of break out of her or his echo chamber and see different perspectives on the same issue before making a decision. So with doing that, we're trying to break through the algorithm that social media platforms create, and the problem of not having shared reality, and the problem of people not being flexible to different perspectives from how they're looking at certain issues. The number of websites that we're working with is counting. We've had meetings with almost 30 newsrooms, and these 7 are currently on board, and we're still working to add more newsrooms into this. One of the things to add, this is not a competing media organization with these newsrooms. So what Pluma does is if as a reader, I'm reading a negative content, but I want to get the positive opinion, I can directly just press on the link from the other newsrooms and go there. So it's also driving traffic to other media organizations as well. So AI-assisted fact-checking is the second tool that we built. It's trained on about 2,000 fact checks that our fact-checking organization have done in the last 5 years. And from that, we have learned 5 key features that are commonly seen from disinformation that were being circulated in Mongolia. So this model is trained on those features, and it scores certain information when it comes to Pluma platform. Because it's freelance journalists, we're taking out the editorial process out of the process of making information. So it does that. You can see from there, it says like AI checked, but that interface is only seen by fact checkers. It's not directly visible to readers. When is it visible to readers is when the score of probability, you see the numbers in red in front of them, is higher than 46%. So higher the point is, the faster the fact checkers prioritize that information, and it works very similar to Meta's fact checking and labeling tool. So it was kind of inspired by that. Another additional opportunity that we had, because we were increasingly understanding how AI can be used in journalism better, was that we started partnership with another local AI developer called Voyager AI, and they have embedded a widget onto our platform. So what it does is it's a reader assistant. So once somebody clicks on a link of a news story on Pluma, it basically just generates 3 questions that reader can directly press on it and learn more on the same issue. So this is based on our initial testing and focus group discussions. This is increasing screen time, time spent on the link by about 3 minutes. So that's a lot of, by about 30%. So that's quite a big result that we're seeing. So right now we have 63 journalists. We've launched the platform for the journalists first, because for readers to come in, we have to have journalists on there. And 63 would mean, in case of Mongolia, one of the biggest newsrooms that we're having that's able to serve different audiences. So for 2026 and 2027, we are planning to launch this. We're planning to expand our market within Mongolia to reach at least 10% of the population, and have a small part of that as paying members, so that we can start paying the journalists as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dia. And next on stage, I'd like to welcome Matthew Linares from Open Democracy.
Thank you.
That's 7 minutes.
Hello. When preparing this lightning talk, I wanted to take the opportunity to reflect not only on the product that we've built, but where that left us in the general flow of integrating AI into our products, and how we felt about AI. That was sort of part of the opportunity that we understood JournalismAI's grant to offer us, to prepare us. So I've entitled this "AI gives us new powers, yet we remain humble." It's an honest reflection on our experience building with AI. AI functionality is great, but as with everything, success requires hard work and just a bit of luck. I'll explain what I mean. At this point in time, as well as learning about AI and trying to understand how we can integrate it into our businesses and workflows, there's a wider conversation. Right now we're asking, is AI a bubble? Where are we on the implementation, adoption cycle? Here's a recent report from MIT, the State of AI in Business, which actually shows of the number of AI projects investigated, the actual successful implementation is about 40%, or just 5% when you're looking at business implementation that's task-specific Gen AI. So there's a question about how fast we should run with AI, what our expectations should be when implementing it and when using it to boost our products. our project is within that 5%, so I come at this with a positive story, but this is kind of just my contribution to this discourse, which I think I found quite interesting, and it's quite difficult to get a sense of how the AI revolution is actually playing out. So the problem that we took on for CopySwap is the hunt for sustainable sources of new readers and supporters is, of course, critical. It always has been. AI is one of the elements that's changing the ecosystem. Among other things, I reiterate that media businesses are always looking to expand and retain audiences. And newsletters are one source of growth and hope in this context. I think there's a lot of focus on that. And for us, it's certainly one of our KPIs, growth in news readers and subscribers through newsletters. So the product we built in our Journalism AI grant period was what you could call an email real estate sharing platform. So for 2 news organizations, this product allows us to have your promo copy in our email, thereby giving you access to our audience, and in return, our promo copy will end up in your email. So we're exchanging content and reaching new readers, subscribers, and it's effectively a platform for news orgs to do that. And it's active. We've got numerous news organizations using it here, just a couple, and it's quite a simple platform. And initially we were going to use AI to help organizations find appropriate content, to match content from the platform to suit their own newsletters. We found that we had a user adoption problem to solve first. So what we actually did was we pivoted, and AI now reduces the user barrier to entry. The bottleneck was that we were creating work for potential users, because creating suitable content is work. So the AI solution is we now have an LLM that drafts a message for users from social media posts, drawing from their Blue Sky and Mastodon feeds. So now when we ask a news organization to join the platform, we're not saying you have to provide a whole raft of new content to place in our newsletters. We're saying, look, this is drafted for you, you can tweak it. And it helps with the user adoption problem that we were facing. That's a huge boost. We couldn't do it without AI, but in a certain sense, from the perspective of gaining users and growing a product which is in development, it wasn't quite a game changer. Like any startup, the challenge is we need users, other news orgs to use the system by sharing content, and user acquisition requires lots of work that we haven't fully got AI to support with. Obviously, this feature is an example of that, but there's still much more to do aside of it. So that's where we are now, and it is working for us. AI is a paradigm shift more broadly, but it's also just another tool that you need to work to integrate into your workflow, into the market, etc. And that's sort of it, really. I just, there's a certain humility that we've come away with from this project, and I thought that was the kind of reflection I thought useful to share. What the platform is live, it's serving users, it's growing audiences. We as an organization now understand AI and how to bring it into our products. And indeed, we have scope to do that in this product as we go forth. But yeah, we do it with humility, and we expect that the AI revolution will continue to move apace. But that's where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew. Good timing. So next on stage, I'd love to welcome Moise from Tama Media.
So, hello everyone. I work for a French TV based in Paris that is called TV5 Monde, but I also serve as editorial advisor for a media called Tama Media, which is a platform where we publish the best journalism from West Africa, especially the French-speaking areas, like Mali, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and so on. And so the last couple of years, we've been working on fact-checking articles, when we try to chase fake news that you can find on social media. But we've been asking ourselves a question: are those articles reaching the right people? And can we also cover all the fake news we see on those social media? So to begin, I'm going to give you an example of fake news that you may find on the Francophone social media. So you have here an example. So it's a breaking news I got from one of my WhatsApp group, and that say that a volcano is going to erupt in Dakar in the 48 hours to come. And so there was a real panic. People were sending messages to each other, and even some radio stations have been talking about it. And what is very important is that they use a TV station, this is France 24, to say that France 24 has announced the information. And so when you see that lady presenting who is really from France 24, you will say that, oh, okay, this is a really true story. And of course, it's false. And so you had some media outlet who did fact-checking, and they said, of course, this is fake news. So for us, once again, how to reach people who are in rural areas, and how do we make sure that people who cannot read and cannot write get fact-checking content. So the last month, we work on an AI chatbot that is called Akili. And so Akili is a fact-check tool. It's like, let's say, like ChatGPT, but very focused on fact-checking. So the promise is that you can fact-check on Akili. You can ask a written question. You can fact-check by sending a voice message. And you can fact-check a video, and you can fact-check also a picture. And so, as I said, in Africa, most of the fact-checking in the last couple of years has been done by legacy media, and they write articles, they do everything they can, but the fake news is widespread, and even some fake news are made by foreign actors. You have Wagner Group that's very active in West Africa, in Mali, in Côte d'Ivoire, in other areas. And so you have also state media who also fabricate fake news. So how do you navigate in this and be able to cover most of the fake news that are out there? So for us, it was really important to have a tool like Akili where people can easily fact-check things. So what the key thing here is that it's funny. Like when you go out there, you can fact-check quickly, you can ask a question, and you have instant response. And the database we have is we have about 50 news trusted, 50 news websites that are news website trusted. And so there may be Western, but we also have some African local news websites that are in our data set. So you can see here, so one thing that's very important for us, it was to make fact-checking content accessible to non-speaking, non-French, and non-English speaking people. And so now the chatbot is available in Bambara, which is language spoken in West Africa, in Mali, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Burkina Faso. And so if you go on the the chatbot, you can choose your language, you can choose French, English, and you can fact check also in Bamanakan. That's for us very important because the people who receive most of the fake news on WhatsApp or Instagram don't speak French, they don't speak Western languages. So for us, it was very important to have two through which they can fact check. And so, yeah, so it's, of course, it's always a website, it's a mobile app, but it's also available on WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. And one thing that's really important, we say that Akili works with real journalists. So the chatbot doesn't work like itself. When the user is not satisfied with the answer, he can ask the newsroom to get more information. And in the 24 hours or 1 hour, we can ask a journalist to fact check more and then get back to the user. So for us, it's really an alliance between AI and journalism and real fact checker. So the next step for us is to integrate more languages. So we started with Bambara. We're going to integrate Wolof, Fula, Nigala. So those are the most spoken languages in Africa. So and what we have learned from that is that it's really important to, if you are addressing local people, it's important to have local sources. So when you are an Akili in Mali or in Burkina Faso, the sources that you will have when you fact check will be the local news. But when you are based in France, you will get a French website. Because if you are based in Mali or in Burkina Faso and you have just a French website, then we say, maybe this is a manipulation. And so for us, it's really important to have local news that also support what we say. So thank you. And you, of course, your feedback are welcome, and you can fact check and try to send out your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moise. And last speaker, we have Jose from Mas Voices Foundation.
Thank you so much. In Cuba, knowing the price of the dollar can mean knowing if you will be, whether you will be able to buy food the next day. Since 2021, the Cuban government started a dollarization process in the economy, but didn't include a legal market for foreign currency exchange. So people started to use social media to sell and buy foreign currency. We see that. We are a media outlet serving Cuban audiences, eltoque.com, and we saw that in 2021. I decided to develop an algorithm that scrapes data from social media messages and is able to calculate in real time a median value of the exchange rate. We created the representative rate of the informal market in Cuba. And that became, in few months, an economic compass for Cuban people. I'm talking about 4 million users in a population of 11 million Cuban people in this year alone. This is how it started and how it looks like now. It's a daily bulletin at 7 a.m. in our social media, but also a real-time dashboard widget in our website. We have mobile apps, and we have an entire ecosystem of information providing this information for free to the Cuban people. But what happened with that? Well, suddenly we saw people start to use our information as a reference to establish their own prices for their money, but also to calculate the value of their remittances to their family in Cuba. We have a huge population of Cubans living abroad. And also, we started to see how businesses use us as a reference to set their prices, but also as a transparency tool. As some restaurant owner in Havana told me once, when he brings the check to his client, he also brings his mobile phone to show him, to the client, our website, and to show he's not cheating them with the price of the conversion. Of course, dictatorships doesn't like this kind of transparency. And Cuba lives under a communist dictatorship since 1959. So we started to be accused of all kinds of malicious behavior. So for the Cuban government, we are financial terrorists. We are the responsible of a continuous inflation that the country is suffering, and also we are kidnapping the functions of the central bank. And it became kind of personal. Last year, I received a message through WhatsApp from somebody that went in front of my home in South Florida, the US, where I live, and he said, look, we know where you are. Just last week, I had to face a group of demonstrators in Mexico because they were solidarians with the Cuban government, and they were accusing me of being a mercenary at the service of the CIA. This is the kind of the cost of our product has. And you could imagine, okay, with this kind of impact of somebody being the economic compass of a country, this would be a success. Well, from the business point of view, it's not. Because we live in Cuba, or we serve Cuba, and Cuba is under a US embargo, and this is the money that the platforms pay for visits to our website, for 1,000 visits. Also, you have to take into account that business owners living in the island cannot advertise in our platform because they will face retaliation. However, our information is gold, pure gold. And we knew that talking privately with these business owners and also with foreign investors trying to invest in Cuba and understand what is happening in this country where some less information is available publicly. So that's our solution, the one we pitched to Journalism AI Challenge, El Toque Markets, which is a subscription-based platform that uses AI to normalize data that we get from thousands of social media groups and websites. Also to detect trends, to see changes in supply and demand behavior. We train NLP models to reduce noise, to spot fake data, and also to validate our information. And also we train some machine learning we use machine learning to group values and to forecast behaviors of the market in the exchange rate, remittances, and food prices. And, well, this is the uses we are considering. Of course, we have faced a lot of challenges developing this kind of tool. The first one is trust and the willingness of the people to talk with us because they have to face repression. But still, we saw, once we created this kind of trusted relation with our audience, they will talk with us. We need to be all the time looking after the algorithms because the Cuban government is using this information to intervene in this market. The Cuban government mobilized thousands of fake social media accounts to publish fake values in these social media groups because they know what our methodology is because it's public since day one, and they have been trying to manipulate the market with fake publications. So we need to be all over the time after this to protect our information. And the third one is identify payment methods that work because Cuba is disconnected from the international financial system. So we are targeting mostly our wealthy diaspora members and investors, foreign investors, and most of the Cuban private business owners has also bank accounts outside. They have usually a second nationality, and they open bank accounts in Europe, Panama, the Republic of the Dominican Republic, stuff like that. So that's our target. And well, El Toque Markets is about to be live. It's an MVP, completely functional. We are just polishing final details, and it's going to be the first subscription product of a Cuban media independent outlet. And it's also going to be a great challenge to see if we can open a new revenue source for exile media like us. So if you want to join us in this trip, please subscribe to this.
And that marks the end of our lightning talks. So thank you so much for our speakers for sharing in their projects. And next we have the lunch break. We're going to have it for 1 hour. And then we're going to come back all to the Illuminate suite for our fireside chat. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon.
And literally, as I was looking at the clock,
Settle down.
I can answer this question, but I have to go to the
My name is Charlie
station.
Beckett. I'm director of the Journalism AI project. Sorry I couldn't be with you this morning. Shepo says it went all right. We believe him, yeah. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you, but I was actually teaching. This is my day job, is at the LSE, is teaching. And some of my students are here. Hello, guys. What were we teaching today? AI and journalism. So I've had 4 hours of this already, you know, and some fantastic feedback from basically the intelligent next generation of people who are going to be using and deploying AI. So that was really interesting. And now we turn to this last panel, at least. We've got the quiz afterwards. And I'm really, really pleased to have these 4 wonderful people with me. Irene J. Liu, who's from the International Fund for Public Interest Media in the States. No challenge there. I've got Ezra Eman, who's the Director of Strategy and Innovation at NPO, which is not the Belgian, it's the Netherlands Public Service Broadcasting Organisation. We have Jane Barrett on the end, Head of AI Strategy at Reuters, and in the middle, Agnes Stenbaum, who very kindly is still in maternity leave, but has agreed to join us, which is wonderful. Really old friend of participants. And if you need cheering up, ask to see pictures of the boy, an absolutely adorable child. Agnes is head of the IN Lab at Shipstead, and she's also on the Tinius Trust, which is the governing body, isn't it, of Shipstead, right?
The owner, yes.
Yeah. So, we are going to tell you all what's going to happen with AI and journalism in the next year or 2, aren't we? Right, I'd like to start, exactly with that question. I'll start with you, Jane, if I may. What is happening next for Reuters and AI next year or so?
So firstly, thank you very much for having me, and thank you, Charlie, for getting me into this AI world. In 2020, he called me up and said, you're doing nothing else, it's COVID time, so you may as well get involved in journalism AI. And so I did, and parlayed into the next phase of my career, and I had the pleasure of being on the team with Agnes doing a journalism AI project during COVID, which was fantastic. So in terms of where we're going next, I'll just give you a very brief kind of view of where we've come from. So we started building AI tools for the newsroom last year, and we really focused on the tools that if we could get those workflows cracked, then it would impact the biggest number of people. And that's kind of where we focused our attention from the centre. But at the same time, we've had amazing uptake amongst the journalists in the newsroom who have been using the tools that we've made available to them through our sandbox to actually create solutions themselves to their own problems, their own workflow issues. So we really want to keep that going and build on that, really increase that kind of the self-serve nature of solving problems, because goodness knows, what does that mean? Because goodness knows journalists always have lots of problems in the newsroom. But where we're focusing our attention now is we've really we've focused in the past on the breaking news part of the file, so how do we alert things, how do we start drafting stories, how do we translate, how do we package, how do we deal with video. And we're ready to move some of those into business as usual now. So we're trying to work out what does business as usual look like in a world of AI. You have a very different way of having to do ongoing evaluation, ongoing testing, model changes coming in, models drifting, prompts drifting, new techniques and the like. So what does BAU look like in an AI world for some of those pieces? And then Reuters as a whole, in fact Thomson Reuters as a whole, is moving into a space that we call reimagine, which is essentially that. It's like, how do we reimagine all of our work that we do for every single team, every single person, because we now have these extraordinary AI tools in our hands? What does that mean for the way that our teams are shaped, for the tools that we have, for the processes that we want to rethink? What are the really core things that we do every day? How much of it is just process that we've been doing in the past? And how can we really rethink? So within that broader scope, within the newsroom specifically, we're looking very much at the... Thank you very much. So within the newsroom in particular, we're looking at how to continue to speed up the breaking news side of things. That's obviously kind of a very core thing for Reuters. But then also really thinking about how can we make our tools not be the thing that stands in the way of our teams working as one. We have an overall project within the newsroom called One Newsroom, continuing to take down the barriers between text journalists, video journalists, photographers, etc. And a big part of the blocker of that has been technology and the tools that we're using. So how can we use AI now to create much simpler systems that if you're a specialist in text, you can still edit a video. If you're a specialist in video, you can still produce lots of text. So again, as I kind of can regularly say, AI isn't our strategy. Our AI fits into our strategy to serve our strategy. So as we look at speeding up our breaking news, making our teams work as a single team in one newsroom, and as we look at reimagining all of our work across Thomson Reuters, AI is going to fit into and be a main driver of all three of those.
That's great. Thanks very much. I like the idea that you're talking about simplifying. We always think of AI as kind of complex, and yet this idea that you're actually trying to simplify the actual adaptation. Ezra, you've been at NPO for enough time now and you haven't left, and you're just enough time to get a sense of where those organisations that you work with are at. Where would you like to see them going?
I think to understand the Dutch public broadcasting kind of landscape, you have to know that there's an umbrella organization, and underneath are different independent organizations that all have their own workflows, and we sit kind of across with a vision for innovation. And we've done quite a lot of projects with them. I would say there's 50 projects at this moment running experiments. What we'd like to do is actually join it up a bit more, connecting the dots. We have a huge work still to do to really have one unified data flow and metadata flow, to kind of build on top of that, have a good vectorized kind of spectrum across all the data that we have, our audio data, our video data, our text, because we have both radio, television, and online newsrooms. And so fixing the basics is still something that we have to do, although we have so many impressive innovation experiments. And there's three priorities that we have in mind there. And first of all, it's really how can we increase relevant reach? Currently, we're kind of super serving our audience, and that's an older audience that we're already serving. How can AI actually help us reach those audiences that we're currently not reaching by kind of rethinking the formats, rethinking the storytelling, rethinking how we can actually have more interactive content. A second thing that we're trying to do is really improve the experience within our services. That goes from personalization, having a really more relevant offer, but also making sure it's more accessible. Because I really think there's a lot to be gained with AI in terms of providing a lower barrier into our services. And that's something that and of course there's a third bucket which I have to look at because there's huge cuts. It's really improving the efficiency, and we kind of frame it as adding value more efficiently, so that we really put that value thing still there. It's not just about cutting costs, but it's how can we make that value that we're trying to add in a more efficient way. So there's still a lot to be done, from going from single experiments that really work well in one organization, that's something that works across 13 organizations on a scaled way.
And anybody that knows NPO knows that it has this intriguing structure, this pluralistic structure. And you talked about 50 different projects. What's the secret of trying to make that cohere? Or is it that you don't want to? You want them to retain their individuality?
We believe very much that certainly in something that's so new and immature as AI, that you really have to, that things need to start ground up, and that you need to explore things. And then from there, we see which things can scale. So we have anything from AI assistant content moderation to radio to podcast flows to visual search in certain programs, which is very interesting. Is we do a visual analysis of our talk shows, and we combine it with audience data to see at which points the audience actually engages and at which points they actually leave the talk shows. We do that with one organization and one set of talk shows. If that works, then we see how we can scale it across the 13 organizations that are part of the Umbrella Club. So I kind of believe in the fact that you need to prototype and directly go into action and then see how you scale it. I guess we do it also because we don't have yet that superstructure to build on top of. So.
Yeah. Agnes, obviously you've had, what do you call this, the last few months off, haha, but at least that's given you a chance to sort of get a breath and perhaps stand away from it all in a way. What are you looking forward to when you go back to work? What do you think is next on your list, your to-do list? Or Schibsted's to-do list?
Yeah, I've spent the past year as this weird thing that we call users. And it's been fantastic stepping out for a bit. But stepping in again, I'm very excited to join my colleagues in exploring possible futures. And that's something that I think we've seen this past year, but especially in the past few months, becoming more and more structured. The work that news organizations are now engaging with in terms of accepting the fact that what we have offered in the past is probably not going to be the thing that we offer in the future. So how do we turn that into a strategic opportunity for us, and more importantly, how do we create value for people, for users in that future? So I'm excited to join colleagues in Schibsted, in the industry, in exploring what that can be. At InLab, the team that I manage at Schibsted, we work exclusively with speculative design and futures thinking. And one thing that's stood out throughout the years of running InLab is how the young people that we work with, we frame them as news outsiders, people who have a, let's say, not very positive relationship to news media like ours. What they request from us is more two-way experiences, media less as a piece of content and more as a trusted infrastructure, a place where you can turn for verified information. And that's the thing that I'm most excited about getting back to working on. How do we figure out the ways that infrastructure looks like when the content isn't the value, but the infrastructure?
And how does AI fit into that? Because again, it's interesting talking with my students, for example, where there is a full understanding of the facility of AI and the utility of it and so on, but also quite a skepticism from their own personal engagement with it, especially from a young people's perspective. How do you use AI without losing, their confidence in what you're doing?
In so many ways. It's when you look at the usage data that OpenAI finally released about how people are using ChatGPT, for example, you can see that people turn to those services for practical advice. And news is largely practical advice. It's information that you need to practically live. And I think that's also how we're trying to build, for example, chatbots, editorial chatbots. We're trying to make news a practical value that you can engage with. So we've seen lots of really successful work with chatbots in Schibsted. VG and Aftonbladet have done really exciting things where the only content that you can access through those chatbots is editorial, verified information. Building or tapping into that user behavior of using chatbots for verified practical information. So I think that's one of the ways. We're doing lots of content versioning, for example, doing automated workflows for video production. So lots of exciting ways that we can do it.
Irene, obviously, don't have to tell you that it's a tough time for public service media everywhere, frankly, and perhaps you're feeling some pain in the States. But we've had some wonderful people here from NPR and from Cal Matters and so on, doing some great work. How can you keep things moving on the AI front at such a difficult time?
Yeah, so I think that it's quite interesting. What I love about this gathering is all of the innovation, and it gets my data journalist roots going, where I'm like, there's so much potential with the technology. I'll say that now with the organization that I work with, which is the International Fund for Public Interest Media, we are a multilateral fund based in Paris, an international organization, and our focus is on essentially trying to bundle money, resources, and deploy it to journalism organizations, to media focused in the global majority. So low and middle income countries in the global south as well as Eastern Europe. And the truth is that sustainability of media has been on the rocks for, basically probably everyone's career in here, right? It's been a really huge struggle. AI is accelerating this because of the fact that, social media platforms have downgraded news. They don't surface it, they don't link to it. Search engines are now essentially taking journalistic content, summarizing it, and so referrals are down. In many of the markets that we are working in Brazil, in South Africa, in Indonesia, we are hearing from publishers, large publishers, that their traffic is down 50 to 60% in the past year. This is critical because the business model that was already teetering because of digital ads do not make as much money as print ads is now going to face a complete cratering. So I think where we're sitting now, we are looking now more at the systems issues, right? Because how do you think about things like licensing? How do you think about the choices that individual news organizations need to make about how their content is used by these platforms? And how do you address the asymmetry of power when it comes to negotiation and the fact that, the money isn't there yet. I think that to me, what drives a lot of the work that my team is doing within IFPIM is looking at sort of the confluence of kind of regulation, policy, investment, as well as innovation. And and I have the benefit of, quite frankly, not having to worry about the survival of one media organization. We have the benefit of being able to look at the ecosystem. And one thing I will say is, I actually think that there is an opportunity and hope. We're at a moment that, what they say about when you have big life changes, that your habits break, and suddenly, you could start buying from a new store. Like marketers really like these very kind of traumatic / chaotic moments like marriage and child and buying houses and things like that. We're at that moment now. People are starting to use different platforms. And I think that whereas in the past, we were stuck on crappy social media platforms because our friends and family were there. It wasn't serving us, it wasn't a great product, but we were there because our family and friends are there. I think that this new way that we're going to access information is going to be more akin to ride-hailing apps or e-commerce. How many times have you looked at Uber, Bolt, and some other thing and hit all of the apps to see which one was the cheapest and then cancel the other ones, right? That's going to be where we're at, I think, in the future. So if we, as an industry, as the news industry, can work together, collaborate, think as a collective, and focus on the values of culture, knowledge, narrative, language, in our advocacy for policy, that there's an opportunity.
Yeah. And I mean, as you know, with the Innovation Challenge this year and certainly next year has been focusing in on that sort of sustainability. And I know that your organisation has always had that approach, frankly. There's no point having a wonderful mission if you can't deliver. What do you think, though, the role, obviously you talked about the wider landscape, but in terms of the actual AI tools and systems, do you see them having efficiency impacts? Do you see them having an impact on, generation of editorial content that is being used?
Yes, I mean, I think that we're seeing amazing innovation in these spaces, right? There's I can't remember the name of the organization that was doing coverage, I think in the Venezuelan election, and they created an avatar, an AI-driven avatar, because that way that person couldn't be persecuted.
Yeah.
It's incredible, right? And I apologize if the person who invented that is in this room, that I don't remember the name of your organization. But I think that there's, technology has a way of actually being a tool for all the good things, free expression, bypassing, authoritarian powers and others. It also can be a tool of, kind of the negatives of society as well, of course. But I think efficiency, to me, a really big opportunity actually is in pluralism of media. Right. Imagine that people don't actually have to be, college educated writers anymore, but maybe they just know their communities really well and are really, really good snoops and can actually just get the news and get information. Like, can we break the, traditional elite power barriers that we see in legacy media? I think, Agnes, you mentioned the fact that young people, not to generalize, but, don't necessarily feel that legacy media resonates with them. Like, they want authenticity, they want different voices, they want, a two-way engagement. All of these tools can be hugely powerful in that. However, I actually am very encouraged that people are skeptical about these technologies because they still really, really don't work well unless we collectively can kind of like, keep those technologies accountable, use them responsibly, and also just, do the kind of due diligence and the reporting against these technologies to stress test them that we need to and probably didn't do enough of in Web 2 and whatever came before.
And I like your point about the sort of the ability to do it in a completely different way that can work in one community and not in another. I mean, one of the teams working with us in the Innovation Challenge was finished is they used an avatar. And at a lot of organizations, if you tell journalists we're going to use an avatar, they will be very upset and they will see that as kind of ethical problem. This was a Ukrainian news organization that created an avatar of one of their correspondents. And why did they do it? Because he'd been mobilized. So this was a fantastic way for them to keep him, as it were, in the newsroom. Jane, broadening a bit wider, not trying to be too negative, but thinking about kind of obstacles going forward, and feel free. I mean, are we talking about those larger obstacles? Irene mentioned big issues around, regulation and copyright and IP and all that kind of thing. Or is it still fundamentally, do you see it as an organizational obstacles that you've got to overcome?
Oh no, I mean, I think it's the massive ecosystem. I mean, as we've been saying, it's a massive moment of change. And inevitably, in massive moments of change, those with the money run fastest, and those with the ethics run slowest. And you kind of look at some of the regulation, even just in the last week, some of the debate around is the EU AI Act actually slowing down innovation in this region, and should it be altered? So I think that you have to keep your eyes open, kind of 360 degrees at the moment in terms of kind of where are the issues. But I think from my point of view, I'm thinking about things in three main buckets. Those of you who are in Paris have had this before, but people, tools, and structure. So I think one of the barriers is actually on the people side. Moments of change are really messy because change is always about humans, and humans feel tired, or they've got a headache, or they're a bit scared, or they can't be bothered today, or they're cynical because they're journalists, whatever it is. And so, a huge piece of work still needs to be done, even though we're in 2025, 3 years in, post ChatGPT 3.5 rather coming out. But literacy and skilling people is still kind of a massive thing. What we're seeing at Reuters, and we did a bit of research about a month and a half ago, and what you see is that the people who are really leaning into the tools are accelerating at a much, much faster pace than those who are just dabbling. So you're seeing this skills gap opening up of the people who are really getting involved and are seeing AI as a kind of constant companion, and those who are kind of moderate or even zero kind of users. So I think there's one potential challenge is the people bit, and how do we bring along people in what is a technological, but it's also societal and human revolution. On the tool side, you wake up every morning and think, okay, what's it going to be today? I open my LinkedIn and I dread Ezra's next post of what's happened overnight. So just keeping up with what's out there, and it feels like a big part of my job at the moment is people coming to me saying, oh, can we get access to this tool? Or in my role, I need this tool. How do I get access? And you're just kind of working out, what are you going to spend the money on? These companies all need to start building revenue. They're not cheap tools if you're going to roll them out at enterprise level. So, making smart decisions about which tools go where, to whom, what are the problems you're trying to solve, what's the right hammer to crack that particular nut. And then kind of that bigger piece is that sort of structure piece, and that's where the
fair compensation for use of our content comes in. It's where licensing comes in. It's how we all work together as publishers, together with tech companies, to work out what does the future look like. How do we balance out supply and demand of content? I love what Agnes was just saying about content versus infrastructure. What is the future infrastructure for this next generation? For those of you who are skeptical, I love your skepticism, I share it. So therefore, like, how can we as publishers actually make a better, more healthy experience and actually kind of own some of that future? But I think one of the problems is that we're running around chasing our tails every single day, and we don't think enough about the audiences and how audiences work. You know, it's why being on a panel with these brilliant people is always so great, because, you know, they're friends outside of a panel as well, and so like being able to share ideas and challenge each other and really thinking about why are we actually doing all of this. So I think that blocker of this big structural things, keeping up with the regulation, keeping up with the commercials, keeping up with the changing audiences is a really important bit of the business, that if you get too busy in the day-to-day and you miss that bit, that could come and bite you later on.
Yeah, as Jane says, you have a wonderful newsletter called Wayfinder, which I recommend. If you're not following it, follow it. But I'm like Jane. I dread when you post that.
We love you, though.
We love you. Just because you think, oh, God, it's a whole other scenario. I mean, it's all right for you guys. I'm writing a book about this. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Redraft that, the text again. But you are very focused. I know you've got the real job of taking NPO forward, but you're also thinking a lot about where that path is headed. It's a broad question, but how confident are you that we're moving at the right pace that Jane says we should be at?
Well, I'm of course biased because I come to these events where everybody's clearly focused on trying to use AI. I think that might bias us a bit in terms of we're not seeing those who are not moving. I'm also not 100% convinced that we're focusing on the right problem. We're very much looking at how do we add AI to our existing organizations to optimize our existing flows, to add intelligence to it. While the bigger play that's happening is, of course, media is being added to AI. And we're becoming part of AI systems. And how do you manage how do you remain visible in that system? But also, do you want to be in that system? We did a research with EBU and the BBC, which was referenced here, which made very clear that the accuracy level of these systems is not up to par of what the public broadcasters would expect. And more even, the audience actually expects us that we're accurate in these systems that we don't control. So we're getting blamed for being inaccurate in a system that actually synthesizes our information. There is no link anymore between the content that you see there and the context in which it was created, the editorial intent, the judgment. So I really like, and I see Sanuta there at the back of the room, who's thinking about how can you infuse some of that editorial thinking, the mindset, in the output that goes into the machine so you can restructure it. And I think we really have to think more about how do we survive as media in AI rather than just adding AI to media.
Yeah, and Agnes, I suppose in a sense, sort of, you've had this time to reflect a little bit. I was talking to a Norwegian friend the other day about the crisis in journalism, and he said, Charlie, that's a very Anglo-Saxon point of view. Here in the Nordics, we are actually not comfortable, but we still feel that we have a lot of public support, that we have reasonable resources, that we are not panicking yet. How much should they be worried about their future?
On a scale from 1 to 10. No, I think everybody in journalism shouldn't be worried, but we should be actively pursuing a positive future in this. When you said, do we want to be in the future of AI, in the AI landscape, that's not a choice that we have.
No.
The information landscape has changed. The information coming at individual users is now very different from what it has been in the past. So the question isn't, do we want to play where there's AI companies? but rather how do we play in that place. And I just want to tap into what you said with the survival, because I've heard it so many times, partly here, but at conferences and in articles everywhere. We talk about journalism surviving or journalism possibly dying or being killed. We're using this language as if there's this natural process where we just somehow die. What if we use the language that instead focuses on what happens if we fail? What happens if we don't catch this opportunity that's now right in front of us to reimagine what we could be, how we create value? So I think we should be worried, not about dying, but about failing. And I think one of the paths towards failure that I see a lot of media companies taking, including companies in the Nordics, is towards efficiency. I think of it almost as the efficiency illusion. We feel as if we're doing tons. We feel like we're running at high speed. We have this obsession with things happening at a high pace. But what if we're just moving at the same place? We're running in parallel, not forward, towards this other future that we know that we need to go to. It's so easy to confuse tempo, speed, with progress, and they're not the same. Optimizing for more efficient workflows in a model that is fundamentally broken or has to change is not a path that I would suggest any media company takes.
Excellent. Irene, sorry, in a second I'll come to you for questions, so get ready with some brilliant, pithy, concise questions. But before I do that, Irene, there was the Thomson Reuters report, wasn't there? I think it was last year, which did a survey of global majority journalists. And part of it was really interesting. It was something like, I can't remember the figures, one of my students will tell me, but it was something like 70, 80% said they were using AI tools in their work. When they were asked, does your organization have any kind of AI policy, I think it was 13%. So what does that say about the sort of speed of adoption and travel more generally?
I would say that the attitude towards adoption of technology is very different if you compare America, many parts of Europe, versus the global majority in many places. And the reason is because, I will hypothesize, but I think that part of it is that technology has been a driver of, rapidly, improving economies, access to information. It has been a tool. You have seen how Gen Z has used technology to hold power to account and actually ask for change politically, right? I mean, so it is not universally viewed as this negative thing that is just destroying the world, right? And so there is, but the thing that gives me caution or pause is that the technology a lot of times does not work nearly as well. If we think it doesn't work well in English, it really doesn't work well in many, many other languages that are quote unquote low resource languages or not priority. And so, I think that on the one hand, we should be, like, I would argue that a lot of the innovation, a lot of the enthusiasm, a lot of the hustling of how you adopt these technologies in new and innovative ways do come from the global majority. And one reason why I'm so excited about the Journalism AI conference, which I would say is a marked difference than many other conferences that we see that are global by nature, is the representation that we're seeing from around the world. Because there's a lot of innovation that's happening, there's a lot of hustling, a lot of really cool things that are being done. Somehow, whether language, distance, air flight costs is a barrier, we're not seeing that in the global conversation. That's one thing that we are really working to trying to address. And I think I think I'm a little bit different in this, where I'm also looking at it from the regulatory lens, policy lens. A lot of the very interesting conversation around things like copyright, and legislation around this are happening in the global south. For example, in Brazil, the government is considering an AI bill that may include a copyright provision in it to protect copyright. The Indonesian Ministry of Law has issued something they call the Jakarta Protocol that they're bringing to the World IP Organization to talk about the protection of copyright, including journalism, right? So we're seeing in this broad, rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape, a multipolar world, if we want to talk about it that way, where we're seeing leadership in these markets. And these markets matter because they also matter to the global tech companies too. They're big markets. They're they make money already. That is, and also there's a lot of connection with markets in the Nordics and with the Netherlands because you have languages that are considered not top priority from global tech companies. We can do better. We can advocate for better. And the more we collaborate across borders, I think the more we'll see it.
That's fascinating. As I promised, I would like to go to our audience full of talented, wonderful people. I'd like to start right over there. Joanne.
Hi. Hello?
Yep.
Hello. Hello. My name's Joanna. I'm from Bloomberg. Every single one of you in this panel talked about the need for the industry to be collaborating and to agree on something. Given that we have such a global group of people here and so much representation, what is the one foundational thing each of you really wish we could all agree on for our journalism in AI future?
Journalists agree on one thing. Come on, Joanne.
I'm not sure that it's not an answer to your question, but just tapping into what you said about the tools not being good enough, I think as an industry, we can't lean on that as a fact anymore. I feel like we've said that for quite a few years now, that we can't trust these tools, we can't trust this technology. The tools are very, very good. They're getting very, very good, and we can trust them in many use cases. So that's one thing that I wish that we could move on from as an industry, this kind of complete skepticism as if AI forever will be completely kind of untrustworthy. I'm not saying that you said this, but I feel like as an industry, we're always somehow coming back to that at the end of the day, the only thing you can trust is human journalism. So I think that's one thing that we could move on from that.
I think the other thing that I would just say is that I have seen in this round of digital transformation so much more collaboration already than in previous rounds. I feel like in previous rounds of digital transformation, it was kind of, each woman and man out for themselves, and that everyone's kind of still slightly had the mentality of fighting like rats in a bag. And I'm so encouraged. So Reuters holds, we try and be as global as possible, but we hold it in different places for different sets of clients. But we hold a series of events called Future of News around the world. And it's so fascinating to see really harsh competitors, people at the opposite ends of political spectrums, people who are fighting for the same pot of funding, people who are fighting for the same audiences, and who are kind of like bare-toothed competitors out there, sitting around a table talking about what they're doing in AI, because we all know that we have to learn from each other. And I think that groups like this, groups that are convened by other groups, whether it's Reuters, whether it's WANIFRA, whether it's INMA, whoever it is, but actually I'm seeing so much more collaboration already. I think it's like night and day from when I started getting involved in all of this about 10 or so years ago. So I think firstly we are. I think secondly, if we could collaborate on one thing, I think we're already seeing it. I think some of the work that EBU has been doing, that Ezra was talking about, in terms of actually standing up for what we already have, which is journalistic standards and kind of what's important and why. It's lovely to see Sanuta back there, because we were chatting away about like kind of what are the atoms of news that actually are the really important ones that must not be modified ever. Opinion can come and go, but what are the facts and how do we agree on that? So I think if I was going to choose one thing, I think it'd be around that. Like, what are the core things that we are going to stand up as an industry and say, no, that is immutable. Like, everything else can change, it can be reformatted, it can have opinions around it, can be created a perspective around, but these are the things that actually mustn't be changed, and these are the kind of core things. Yeah. And I think that we've got more hope of finding common ground on that than we do on some of the other things.
And if I could add just one thing, I think we're still navigating this space quite blindly in terms of I see every week a different report that says exactly the opposite of the report from the week before. So how can we manage something that we cannot measure very well, that we don't understand very well? How can we negotiate about compensations if we don't understand the traffic, the attribution, the copyright? And I really like the fact that Schibsted at one point this fall shared their traffic numbers from OpenAI. It was the first time a company did it so openly. I really would love the industry to do that more so that we collectively understand the picture. Ari?
Yeah, I think information sharing around and more transparency around deals and deal making with these big tech companies. The big failure of our industry vis-a-vis big tech last time around was that everyone got their own deal. They ran to get their own deal, which, by the way, were mostly political transactions, not even like product transactions. I think there are competition commissions and others that are also looking into this, and as the industry just asking for more data and more information out into the universe will help us to navigate this new world from a business and from a policy standpoint. And I think one other thing that I would just say about our industry is that we know what we do and we know why it's valuable. We need to understand how and why tech companies, how they view what we do. And I say this also from experience of having worked at Google for a number of years. Because the thing is, like, we think what we do is so precious and so valuable and worth so much money, and why on earth don't people pay for it? But meanwhile, Google did a deal with Reddit for $60 million for their content, right? Like the deals that, like, so we have to really reckon with the fact that, like, there is a lack of understanding and a common, sense of the economic value of this, and I also need to acknowledge that and really put out there more firmly that journalism is hard, it's expensive, it takes, it's physically and also legally sometimes challenging. Like it's not like we want, of course, knowledge to be free and open and everyone to access it, and we want the media to be in the AI system in a way that helps people understand the world better. But the math has to math. Someone has to pay for it, right? So we have to figure out collectively as a group how we start articulating that, and also if there are other angles and other business lines where we can insert ourselves into the business of information in AI systems.
Okay, we've got a couple.
I just want to mention, Charlie, we do have a live stream and we do have a question on the live stream. So perhaps we can take one question from the live stream.
Let's take the live stream and then we'll take this one here.
All right. I'm reading out the live stream to you, dear panelists. Jody Hopperton is asking, we're moving into a world of abundance. AI content has overtaken human content on the internet. How do the panelists view their specific USPs, the unique selling propositions, to consumers versus commodity content? Thank you very much.
Okay. The Jody, so that must be from California. And another one down front here. I'll get to you next time.
Up there,
just here.
Thank you. To add to Irene, some people would say that Reddit has sold out. They'll get a one-time lump sum and then that's it. They have sold off their assets. So I'm wondering, are you preparing more and in your organizations for creating as much value as you can for human users and fortifying against AI, or are you trying to get as much value out of the future with agentic users, or is there a way to do both?
Okay. Pick any question you like to.
I'll take that last one, as you'd expect from Reuters. It's an excellent question, but I think we've got to think about how people are going to be getting information and what information is needed for. And so, for example, in our financial business, we've been producing news for machines for many, many years because machines need to trade at very, very high speed. They don't actually want the human in the loop, that we just get in the way. Humans are slow. And so very much thinking kind of about agentically, what's the new market that we can be approaching? Are there new clients that actually need that good, trusted news flow that, yes, from kind of referring to Jodie's question, there's so much information out there. If we're curating it down to kind of what people need and it's able to be fed agent to agent, then that can be a really exciting potential future. I think that the way that people consume news now, just as much as we still have newspapers on the newsstands, but many fewer people read them. Home pages on the websites, they'll probably still exist, but how many people will still use them? Is that really still the way that people are going to get it? Or are people going to have their own agents which are going to try and find out the information that they need for their lives, for their work, for their purposes, for their corporations' purposes? There's such a plethora of potential uses for information. And I think, so one of the things that we're thinking about very much is that we've always had kind of news as data, but what are the opportunities now? What are the other bits of our news gathering that we can make available? How can we expand that trusted, verified, true corpus of information that the agents can feed off? But because against the AI abundance part of it, that has been verified, that is publishable even if it's not necessarily a story. Because I think that's one of the things that we find as well in the newsroom, and I'm sure that anyone who's a journalist in this room knows, you have pages and pages and pages of notes that you condense into a 500-word story. And what happens to all that other stuff? It's all verified, it's all true, but we haven't been able to use it. And I think that now with agents, whether they're agents for our own journalists to use across their notes, agents for our clients to use across what we've verified, is a really exciting future.
And I think it's so important what you mentioned with people having their own agents, because I feel in your question, you're kind of framing agents as if we're optimizing for non-humans, but behind that agent is a human looking for information. That's why we hired the agent, set the agent out to find that information for us. So really optimizing for a human visiting our news destination or optimizing for an agent hired by a human who needs information is the same thing. It'll require different design choices, but fundamentally it's about making sure that people get information in the way that they want and need it.
And maybe adding to that, from a public broadcasting perspective, I do believe in that personalized approach, but I also think there are societal needs. And sometimes you have to bridge perspectives and you have to bridge the personal with the societal. And I think there's still a role, having that local relevance and connecting that to a higher societal narrative.
Yeah, I think that the reality is that more and more things that we consider news will be commoditized. I remember, what was it, maybe 10 years ago, I was in a meeting and a publisher was saying, why does Google publish cricket scores now? And why do they publish voting data? That we used to get so many hits off that. Election night was huge for us. Or, journalists who were like, I used to rewrite, company news press releases. And now you don't need to do that because agents do it. More and more of this. So this goes to the question I think that was online about USP, right? Which is, what exactly do you need a human to do? I think about this often in terms of the kind of the world when big companies talk about agents. They're like, someday you can talk to your agent and say, I want a restaurant that serves tapas, but is also gluten-free and also is can give me a high chair for my 3-year-old but won't be too noisy for the blah blah blah, and it will come back and tell me, yes, this is your restaurant. And I'm thinking to myself, there is nowhere online that has 10 of those data points that you need to be able to get to that agent, right? And so that to me is the analogy of where I think news can have an opportunity, because the easier it is to use machines to process and hold data and information accountable, the more governments, corporates, and everyone else in power are going to just take things offline. Right? So that is the opportunity. At a local level, if we think about agents, the opportunity is not news in a silo, but local news plus public works data, plus the weather, plus what's going to happen. That is where you're going to have an agent that really serves users well. This is the opportunity, and it doesn't have to be a big tech company that's going to build that. It's probably going to be a small startup that's myopically focused on one small user base, and then they build it and it works, then they can sell that tech and franchise it with others who have similar data sets. That is the opportunity.
One last question. We've got one last dynamite killer question that will summon the whole conference and rock everyone's boat. Yes. Yeah, he looks like he's got one.
Matthew Linares, Open Democracy. There's an analysis that says the reason for many of the problems we've experienced in journalism and society in recent times is due to the closed proprietary nature of many of the platforms that manage our ecosystems. As we look to building and investing in the future of platforms, what do you think about open protocols and platforms? And I think the Twitter X against Blue Sky Mastodon example is perhaps indicative.
Sure. I mean, diversification, interoperability. If you have more options and you level the playing field so that people can develop off of it, there's power there. I'm very encouraged by that somehow in this new movement we are seeing more of that. There will be a lot of folks who are entrenched and powerful who will say, well, scale is still the big things. You need all the money. You need all the whatever. You don't need to build the next foundation model to leverage this tech to build something that really works for people. As Agnes said, and if I sounded like I was saying that none of the tech works and everyone should just go back to writing on pen and paper, that's not what I meant. But I think that the point is that it can be better, and it will be built better when people are building for their communities. And so, kind of open source, more collaboration, sharing, and also investment in this. And to me, focusing on what is this middle layer, what from those who can produce content to the endpoint, whether it's a human or machine. What are all the intermediaries that are going to do that? Control that flow. If we can build on that and have a stake in it, there's potential.
I think we'll leave the last word with Irene there. That's brilliant. I just want to say thank you very much to all four of you. It's always a pleasure to be in your company. I've learned so much. You've brought such fantastic insights, and also a sense that I think this next year is going to be moving forward, and we've got so much to do, and you've been really inspiring, so thank you very, very much. Thank you all as well for being here. If you want to relax, we've got a short quiz before we wrap up the whole conference. So I'm going to hand over to the quiz masters in charge. But thank you. You can bugger off now.
Just de-mic myself so that.
Come back! Come back! Come back! There's no break. There's no break.
My name's Miriam. I'm a journalism educator. I work
Yes,
with
there
BBC,
is no break. There is
So-
no break. We're going to do the quiz quickly and then call it a day. So please take your seats. We're going to be quick and amazing and short.
This works.
Do you know Joe Webster?
Thank you.
German-American freelance media innovation journalist, and I write the GenAI newsletter News Machines. And Atandiva, you want to introduce yourself?
Briefly, I think. Is this on? Yes, yes. I think I met a lot of the people earlier on. I'm Atan Diwe. I am the managing editor of the iLab team, but also the lead of the AI newsroom initiative at Code for Africa. And we run the continent's biggest OSINT investigative team. Yeah.
Okay, so this is just going to be fun. You've had your brains fried, you got so much amazing input, and now this is just lighthearted fun. And we chose the title, Wait, Wait, Did They really did this? For those of you who live in the US or are familiar with US media, it is based on the NPR quiz show, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Shamelessly stolen, but then also not, with two big differences. So with Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, there's always some fake news of the last week, and two candidates have to guess which option is real. Here you have to guess, it's all about GenAI news cases in the media. You have to guess which are the fake ones and which is the real one. And then also we are not, the other difference, we're not going to have candidates here, but you all are invited to join in, and also the people in the live stream. So we hope, we have prepared four rounds. We hope we'll get around to doing all these 4 rounds. Each of them are slightly different, and we are going to dive into round 1. And I think, Atandiva, you have to come around here because...
Such a weird little setup. I hope everyone has taken a picture of the QR code and is in. Is everyone in? Should we go back to the QR code? Or you can just go to Mentimeter and put that code in. We want as many players because this is going to be interesting to see how many of our journalists know which one is real and what is not.
Okay, we're diving into round 1. 4 examples, 3 are fake, 1 is real.
Okay, so we're looking firstly at synthetic anchors and on-screen talent. So the first option is BBC's Weather AI Claire goes rogue. Is that the correct answer or not? The second option is Al Jazeera's multilingual anchor speaks Klingon. Al Jazeera announced in January 2024 that they created omnilingual Omar. Did this actually happen? The third option is the Italian state TV's AI anchor that becomes accidental fashion icon. Did that actually happen? Prada, Versace, Dolce, Gabbana, did they actually wear those outfits? And then the fourth option is South Korean network's AI clone reporter. Major South Korean news channel created an AI duplicate of the star anchor to handle her overwhelming workload in 2024. Was that really real? So you have 4 options. You need to vote. Which one is actually real? Ooh, wait. Got 20 seconds. Vote. It's coming. Hope everyone is voting online as well. All right. Should we reveal the answer? Who's Clippy?
But they can see with data. So.
Yes.
Okay. Round 1. I think everyone said D. Is that the right answer? Let's see. Did South Korea's one actually... Yay! So that actually was the correct one. South Korea's news anchor from MBN does have a digital twin, AI-generated version of herself. It was created using studio footage. Virtual anchor replicates her voice, her expression, and her gestures as well. And it's strikingly very, very real. You can Google it and you can find some of the videos that have been made. So that's the first one. Round two.
Okay, round two is about back-end and workflow automation. Example A is from Reuters. Reuters AI approves expenses. Your chances of getting reimbursed are the better, the more creative you are. For example, the AI approved a strategic networking facilitation device, which is gobbledygook for having a beer, and it was also approved for mobile research infrastructure, which means taxi to a bar, but lunch was insufficiently descriptive and was rejected. Is that real? That was number A. B is Norway's Freedom of Information Act bot, the legal AI that actually works. Lawyers worldwide have been rejected by judges for using AI, and AI that came up with cases that didn't really exist. Can this bot be better than real lawyers, and can it help with filing FOIA requests? And can it prove that journalists can teach AI better than attorneys can? That's number two, or number B. And then example C is from The Guardian. Guardian AI transcribes only arguments and highlights important moments. And important, it defined as anything that is emotionally intense. And after a while, The Guardian found out that it only transcribed shouting matches and got into matches about Oxford commas, font choices, and all sorts of nitty-gritty stuff. Is that real? It had to be taken down for this. And example D is from the Associated Press, and it had a AI translation tool that unfortunately translates breaking news as broken news. And that happened in 23 languages. Everything that was happening right now was damaged news, news that doesn't work anymore, and that happened in 23 languages. They fixed the bug, but it was too late. Several international newspapers had already run headlines like, "Broken, President announces new policy." And it confused readers that thought their governments were malfunctioning. Did that really happen? And now it's your turn to vote.
Get 20 seconds. Quick as fingers. I'm actually interested, which is the correct answer. I don't remember.
Could all be, or could none of them could be. No, one is real. Whoops.
Oh, no.
We broke it.
There we go. You guys are really good.
You're on top of this.
So we need resolution slide. Yeah. Yes. So this was Norway's Verdens Gang, also called VG. They introduced a FOIA bot that was designed to help journalists file freedom of information requests more efficiently, and it is really good at that. It's built on a RAG model that draws from verified legal corpus, and therefore completely avoids the problems that attorneys had when they asked ChatGPT for legal advice, and then ChatGPT completely made up cases. So it's completely not like that.
All right, off to round 3. Let's see who can get 4 out of 4. So, first option in round 3. Did South Africa's News 24 launch a multilingual AI chatbot in 2024 to serve readers in all 11 official languages? We've got a lot of official languages in South Africa. The idea is that this bot actually worked really well until users began to discover that it would switch languages randomly mid-conversation based on what it felt like. So it would move from Afrikaans to isiZulu to Tswana. A reader asking about unemployment in English would get statistics in Afrikaans and an analysis in isiZulu and a conclusion back in English. Did that really happen? Option B, Paraguay's prison chatbot based on a real inmate. Was there an independent newsroom in Paraguay that created a chatbot that they named Eva, that lets readers chat with a woman currently in prison for drug trafficking? Eva answers questions about prison life, her arrest, and why she was incarcerated, all based on a 3-hour interview with a real inmate. Did this actually happen? Option C, Le Monde AI chatbot judges readers French grammar. Did France's Le Monde launch an AI chatbot in January of 2025 to personalize content recommendations for readers? Instead of suggesting articles, the AI chatbot began correcting users' French grammar and questioning their vocab choices. When readers typed questions with informal language, it would respond, "Perhaps you meant je sorteles rather than je veux." We maintain standards here, the chatbot would say. Did it actually happen? BBC launches chatbot that only speaks in loud headlines. The BBC created a headline helper in early 2024 to engage younger audiences through conversations with AI. However, the bot was trained exclusively on BBC headlines and could only communicate in big, dramatic, breaking noise style declarations. When users asked, "What's the weather today?" it would respond, "Shocking! Temperatures do plummet as rain threatens UK." Did that actually happen? You have 4 choices. Which bot was real? I like the headline idea. Just speak in headlines, just scream all the time. It's fun. Paraguay's prison chatbot.
They got it right
real?
again. Yeah, that's the one.
You have so many questions. Which part, the prison or the chatbot or the lady? That's your Google on the tube. Let's find out the answer.
Okay, we're coming to our final round.
Yeah.
No,
there
first,
she is.
First
it
we got
actually is the website. I went onto it, and of course you can ask Google to translate this stuff. It's actually quite an interesting chat. Tried it myself. Round 4.
Round 4, content generation and assistance. So the first example is from Germany. Süddeutsche Zeitung launched an AI-powered recipe generator in April 2025. This was to create a weekly cooking supplement. But it took 3 months for the food editor to discover that none of the 200 recipes that had been published so far were actually physically possible. One recipe called for caramelizing the ice cream before freezing it, and while another instructed readers to boil pasta in the oven at 160 degrees Celsius for 45 minutes. Obviously, the AI had been trained on recipe blogs without understanding basic cooking physics. There was Bavarian chocolate cake with sauerkraut and baking at minus 20 degrees Celsius, and so on and so on. And the newspaper would have probably gone on like this for a while, but hundreds of readers started complaining that their kitchens were flooded, on fire, or smelled like cabbage, like burnt cabbage. So that's case A. Case B is from Japan. Japan's newspaper Asahi Shimbun implemented AI translation for international news. This is also a case from 2024. And this AI automatically converted foreign names into Japanese characters. But about 40% of Western names were just all translated into Mr. Potato, which seemed like a safe choice. So Emmanuel Macron, Taylor Swift, and President Biden and whatnot, they all became Mr. Potato. So articles about the G7 summit featured discussions between Mr. Potato from France, Mr. Potato from USA, and Mr. Potato from UK. They only got onto this when the German embassy called and asked why Olaf Scholz was consistently referred to as Mr. Potato. That is case B. Case C is from the US, and this is about a fake reading list. The Chicago Sun-Times and the Philadelphia Inquirer published a summer reading list for 2025, recommending 15 books, except 10 of them didn't exist at all. The AI-generated list had a completely invented novels and attributed them to real famous authors like Isabel Allende's first climate fiction debut called Tidewater Dreams. Pulitzer Prize winner Percival Everett's The Rainmakers, about privatized rain. And Andy Weir's The Last Algorithm, about conscious AI manipulating world events. You had to read on to the 11th book to finally find one that actually existed. Then the last one, case D, Brazilian news sites' AI headlines become soap opera plots. Brazil's O Globo introduced AI-generated headlines to speed up publication. Within weeks, editors noticed that the headlines were becoming increasingly dramatic and resembled telenovela plots. A story about municipal budget negotiations became shocking betrayal, mayor's secret alliance revealed in explosive council meeting. A routine weather report was headlined, Mysterious Storm Approaches Rio, Will Love Survive the Rain? And so on. Apparently, the AI had been trained on decades of O Globo archives, which contained hundreds of Brazilian soap operas. Readers loved the headlines. Traffic increased by 200% until one headline promised shocking twist in traffic law. And then users were severely disappointed because it was only about a new parking meter system. So, which one of these 4 cases is real?
I love the telenovelas from Brazil. Oh, everything is just so hyper and big and this one's actually easier. Oh no. Oh, okay. Good. Yes, 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 yes.
4 out of 4.
4 out of 4, of course. There's the actual summer reading list. I've actually looked for it because I actually wanted to see how it was actually written. It's actually in an actual real newspaper. So in the US, there was a lot of backlash after this big summer reading list came out. And I think most of the people who have answered do know about this. And 15 titles, 10 were actually fabricated. And I think there was some response around how it was supposedly outsourced and and there was no checking of it and verification. So that's quite, yeah, that was the correct answer. So with all of these, to the next one. With all of these big AI mishaps, mistakes, there should be key takeaways that we are noting here. I'm just going to run through some of them as well. Guardrails, that's why we've got someone skating there. We have to label and verify. So there's a lot of AI outputs must be checked, human in the whole cycle. There has to be a human who's checking this stuff. Verification is so important. What we like to call fact-checking, it has to happen. But that's part of what we do in journalism anyway. If a source tells you something, we don't just go and publish it. I'm not sure why we're thinking that if AI tells us something, we can just simply go and publish it without actually verifying and confirming that it is true. Second takeaway, there has to be guardrails in how we use AI. And I think from the onset, we spoke a bit about guidelines and whether journalists have to read them. We have to figure out how we get journalists on board with the guardrails that must be in newsrooms. Some of the numbers that were spoken about, 18% of actual newsrooms that actually have guidelines on how to use this, that number has to be higher. We have to design for trust. Where we are using artificial intelligence, we have to have our readers in mind. We have to go back to those basics of rebuilding that trust with our readers, with our audiences. This new kind of disturbance in what we're doing doesn't mean that we stop working on the trust part. So designing for trust, transparency, so important. And yes, AI can help. We're not saying not to use it, but we have to think through these. We have to create workflows workflows that are bounded and by verified sourcing, like we have always done in all the work that we have done in putting workflows in places. We have to make sure that the information that we're putting out there is verified. And
yes, please stay in touch with us. Take a picture of our QR codes. Behind mine, you'll find my newsletter, of course. There are more than 40 Gen AI use cases there. I promise you, none of them are fake.
Definitely, let's stay in touch. And the leaderboard. Woo! Is that so close? What? Maverick, who's Maverick? Please stand up. Woo! There's Maverick right there. That was so much fun. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. That was fun, and I hope everybody online enjoyed that. And that draws us to the close of the 6th JournalismAI Festival. I'm a man of few words, so I just want to say thank you for coming through, and thank you for joining us online. This was pretty amazing. We got good feedback, but obviously the most important feedback is the one that you fill in when you get the feedback form. So do please fill it in. Say good things, so that our funders, they can give us more money next year to have another festival again. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Where should we do it next year?
It depends. Where is the best holiday destination that will bring everybody to go there?
Yeah, the Maldives, I think.
The US.
The US, okay. Yeah. Controversial choice, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Florida's great. Yeah. Thank you, my love. You were absolutely fantastic. You've done an incredible job.
Don't thank me, thank the team.
Well, thank you.
I was just a shepherd.
No, I thank you particularly, and of course the team. Well done.
Thank you.
Just very quickly to wrap it up, I'm not going to do one of those boring attempts to summarize it all because that would be literally impossible. But I do think, I mean, I've heard so many interesting things. You know, sitting here, listening and talking to these people has been a privilege, and hearing your questions has been amazing. And I'm really pleased that we gave so much space for networking because, you know, you're a special bunch of people and you had so much to talk to other people about, and some of it is already, I mean, just one example, somebody just told me that the newsroom tool they created, which was purely internal, just for their own little newsroom, they've had 6 people asking about whether they can adopt that tool as well. So I think we ought to start getting a cut on this, you know, if that happens. Obviously, all the big picture stuff is really, really important, all that regulatory stuff and so on. But I think this has really also shown just about the granular, you know, that people using AI in a really practical way that expands what they're doing, not just making them more efficient, but making them much more effective. And it's really good that people are skeptical. If you're not skeptical, what are you doing in journalism? But I think I've also got a very strong message about not standing still. You know, I thought that last comment in the last panel was really important, because if you do stand still, we're going to get trampled by a stampede. I really got a strong sense about trying to improve literacy, AI literacy amongst our organizations, and perhaps in a sense amongst the people that we serve. But also how important it is to back pioneers. There's, I mean, in the room, there's so many examples of enthusiastic expert people who are charging ahead. And we do not want to make that mistake that we've made in the past, where pioneers have been seen as rather freaky. You know, we've got to go with the adventurous. And obviously, again, so many people here have such a strong mission. I don't know anybody who went into journalism because they wanted to use AI. As such, you came into journalism because you wanted to achieve something, and I think it is really important that you keep that kind of North Star, but at the same time it's so important to diversify the way that you work and the way that you obviously sustain your business and the way that you find different pathways to the public. So thank you all for coming. Please stay in touch. Please tell other people about this project and the other projects that you and other publications that you've met over these 2 days, because networking is our secret magical sauce. That is the thing that means that not just one person is good, but many people can benefit from that. It's what is absolutely at the center of the Journalism AI project. So anything we can do to spread the learnings from this and to stay together in the future. So thank you very much to indeed our sponsors, the Google News Initiative. I mean, quite sincerely, that they have stuck with us over this time. They backed us when we wanted to shift towards, for example, looking at smaller newsrooms, looking at, you know, more Global South newsrooms. They backed us on that, and in fact, they've encouraged us. And it's a good example, I think, of a very necessary relationship that we in journalism need to have with those platforms and those technology companies. So thanks a lot, GNI, and thank you all for being part of this. See you again soon, okay? Thank you.